Morning. Greetings, honorable members,
Recording in progress.
committee support staff. I just check if we've got the required numbers to proceed.
Yes, Chair, we have enough members to can start, Chair.
Thank you. Greetings, honorable members, Deputy Minister Nemadzinga Shabalala, the administration team, as would be introduced properly, the leadership of the SCE on the platform, civil society structures on the platform. We continue to value our meetings, but also ensure that society understands the work of Parliament from their angle. South Africans who are following us in the platforms created by Parliament, so as to ensure public participation in the work we do. I will, without waste of time, officially open the meeting as we have been briefed that we are having the quorum. I see there's Samsung hand there. I'm not sure whether it's AI or what, because they should have been renamed by now. Samsung SMX7, something like that. I see a hand.
Chair, CFO of the Department of Labor, Peggy Matuna. I'm trying to rename the Samsung. Thank you.
Okay, can the staff also assist in the renaming? We now know it is Mr. Matuna, the CFO of Employment and Labor. If you can do that. Honorable members and all participants on the platform, it is just to remind yourselves that this meeting is the meeting of the committee, the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor in the National Assembly. And therefore the rules of the National Assembly would apply on meetings convened on this platform. We're reminded, therefore, that at all times, we must ensure that our mics are muted, video camera off until at the time that you would be speaking. In that case, you'll then proceed to unmute your mic and switch on your video camera, having been recognized by the chairperson, and then proceed as such. In situations where you may be experiencing network connectivity challenges, you'd indicate for the permission to switch off your video camera so as to maximize the bandwidth and then proceed to speak in that regard. From time to time, there'll be those that may lose connectivity and come back to the platform. Please ensure at all times as you reconnect to the meeting that your video camera is off and your mic is muted, as mics are sensitive and could therefore pick up background sounds that may affect the meeting or distract the speaker that may be on the platform at the time. Honorable members, points of orders are allowed in terms of the rules. However, you'll have to raise your hand using your gadget for you to be recognized by the chairperson. In a case where the chair is unable to identify the hand, committee support will also assist the chair in identifying the one who wants to raise the point of order. The chairperson will grant you permission to raise the point of order only at that point that you'd unmute your mic and switch on your video camera, raise the point of order on which the chairperson could rule upon in terms of the rules. Members are further guided not to raise unnecessary point of orders to a point where the meeting totally collapse on this platform. I take it that with those reminders, honorable members would be able to have qualitative engagements on the platform. I will, in this case, without further waste of time, go to the next point of just confirming for record that once we know we have the numbers to proceed, can we also look at apologies that have been received formally by the committee support before I check that with members that may have not sent the apologies. Committee support.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to all the members, the Deputy Minister, and the department at large. Chair, I haven't received an apology as such from the members of the committee, except to mention that Honorable van der Walt did mention that she will be in and out of the meeting because she's having other portfolio committee on higher education, which is physical or in person. So she will be in between the meetings. And then from the ministry, the minister, Minister Meth is also not in the meeting today, as well as Deputy Minister Sibia. I've received their apologies. They are out of the country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sagasa. May I just check from members if there are apologies that they would have forwarded and may have not been captured as such? So it would appear that there are no apologies that may have been left out. And I take it that the members then would agree to the ones that we have received. Without further waste of time, honorable members, just before, as we get the agenda flighted, I just thought it's important to just clear a few matters so that it helps the meeting. And some of those would then speak to why we do not adopt the draft program now. The first point, honorable members, is just to indicate to you that by today, end of business, you will receive the draft report, and I'm using draft report, on the oversight work we did as the committee in the Northwest. I'm sure honorable members would remember that we were looking at different aspects in the oversight, and therefore may have not been on the same spot all the time. So we're sending the report for you to add value to the report in terms of sharing the experiences, especially where maybe that may have not been captured as seen on the ground, in such a way that when the report then comes before the committee, at least we have taken into consideration all the different views on what could have been there, and have a discussion then that's proper in the committee. That also affects then the programming on when do we schedule, because we want that report scheduled before we take the next oversight, which is also something I'll come to, so that at least it's in the system of Parliament that we did do an oversight and we do have a report from that oversight work. The second issue relates to the oversight itself. Of course, would hear if there may be changes that would happen in a meeting of chairpersons at 1 o'clock today, whether there may probably be changes coming from programming of Parliament. But if you were to use the current program, it means there is also an oversight expected in June. And of course, would come back on that matter. It gets to be also on the programming. But at this point, I think there are matters that get to be important that we must focus on in the 7th Parliament. We have not yet done, for example, an oversight in the SCE itself, but there are also emerging issues now which need our real focus, like the LAP has been put in in different provinces now, probably 4 if I'm not mistaken, from what I've been following up, and that we need to keep an eye as part of our oversight on this, so that we don't come very late and find that they're not what we thought they are. So the oversight should look at us at least getting to different aspects of the work of the committee within that space of a province that we may be going to. So that's one thing that also is going to be important for our programming. But like I say, we'll also hear if there are other things that come through from the meeting of chairpersons of committees this afternoon. and then would indeed feedback to yourselves. Honorable members, we are also requesting that members who probably diplomatic passports have expired, like those of us who were in the 6th Parliament, they expired. You now have to renew your diplomatic passport. So for those who have not even done them, would ask you to really work with the committee support so as to get the letters that makes the necessary arrangements with Home Affairs in such a way that we should not find difficulties at a time where a study tour gets to be approved by Parliament, because we also need to learn and benchmark ourselves on the work we do with others elsewhere in the world. So I just thought I should deal with these matters right in the beginning so that you are able to note them and be able to follow through on that. Like I said, if you can then flight the agenda, you will then see that indeed we are not putting that adoption of the draft program because there are all these other things we would want to factor in. So in our next meeting, we'll then have that draft program presented for adoption, which will also take into account the meeting we're having today, because this meeting is also linked to compliance matters that we must deal with as it relates to budget review and so on. So that's the reason you have the notice as amended. So I just thought I should deal with this, honorable members, as a way of my opening remarks. But with the item that's before us, would be requesting, as we usually do, that the political leadership takes a few minutes and take us into confidence on matters of public interest, as well as giving a political sense of what is before us as to be presented by the department and the SEE. So once that is done, which will probably not be more than 10 minutes DM, thereafter would take the SEE, which is very short, and then take the department as last. So with the SEE, one is confident that it's a 10-slide presentation. Surely 10 minutes would do if you spend the time only on salient points that the committee needs to be aware of. So I'm doing this so that even if you have an overrun, it can't be 2 minutes more. And we take the department's presentation at 35 minutes. If they really use that to really pick up on salient points, you should be able to cover the time. So if you put all that together, it means we give at least an hour for you to cover the ground. And surely South Africans who are following our deliberations will also have a sense of what is coming before the committee, and then allow the other time for meaningful engagement by committee members. We do so because the members have received the presentations well on time, so reading it would not be helpful for the meeting, but emphasize the points. But in the course of asking questions, because they have the detailed presentation, they will be able to engage even outside of what has been said to be salient points of the presentation. I would not make a determination then, Deputy Minister, on how that presentation will be approached. I'm saying in terms of the department in particular. I think SEE may be a bit easier to know how to do it. Probably the department may want different people, but just know it's within the allocated time. So with that, honorable members, I've just made one mistake of not acknowledging and welcoming back Honorable Rowe. I saw her on the platform because I know she was not in our meeting. Last time we met was on our way to the Northwest. So welcome back, Honorable Rowe, as we would be now proceeding to the Deputy Minister, Nemadzinga Chabalala. Deputy Minister, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Let me open my video. There we are. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Let me start by really thanking the opportunity on behalf of the ministry for us to come before the Portfolio Committee and really account to yourselves and to the citizens of South Africa. So we'd like to express our warm greetings to yourself, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and those that are also following these discussions. With that said, Chairperson, I want to say in this meeting, indeed, on your opening remarks regarding the oversight that you also plan to do around C, would truly appreciate it. And I'm sure C will warmly welcome you because they're looking forward to your support for your guidance as well, including the lab programs that you just mentioned, that indeed we have done 4 provinces already, being your Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Northwestern Mpumalanga, and we're yet to see Gauteng, Limpopo, Free State, and the Northern Cape. And we want to assure the committee members that we really try in terms of the ministry to push the department in terms of this program, push it very hard because it's right at the core phase of our vulnerable communities for them to benefit in this program. And yes, it's not without any challenges, and we appreciate the committee's observations that you have managed to do in Northwest around the shortcomings of this program. And I would want to employ the Portfolio Committee Chair that it might want to also think about reserving just a day wherein you only deal with LAP as a program on its own, where you really deal with it and get the full scale of this program, be it its successes and obviously its challenges that it meets along the way, because this is not just a program that you implement right only at a higher level. It's right at the core phase. So it needs to be practical such that when it speaks to the numbers, it punches. And what is it that we envisage to push back this unemployment that is very stubborn in this country? You are able to also have the touch and feel and indeed see the people that are supposing to benefit Chairperson. I'm not alone in this meeting, Chair. I come with the department, and the department at this instance, it's led by the acting DG, Ms. Jackie Mudisani, and I will really introduce Ms. Jackie as a acting DG later on, Chairperson, so that thoroughly you've got a picture of the person that is leading the department currently, and would want to really thank Mr. Viwe, that used to be the former acting DG, for his services and for his time that he dedicated to really steer the ship in this department. Currently, we have an acting DG as in when the process of getting the DG of the department is underway, Chairperson. I want to also acknowledge the fact that we've got the Chief Director for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Ms. Nolukolo Sigaba, and she's the one who's going to be dealing with the presentations. The DDG for Corporate Shared Services, Ms. Bahumi Matibeti, who's not feeling well, however, she should be in the meeting. DDG for Labor Policy, Industrial Relations, Mr. Tembinkosi Mkalipi is also here. Mr. Sam Morodoba, DDG for Public Employment Services, the CFO of the Department, Employment and Labor, Mr. Egi Oh, rather sorry about that, Mr. Peggy Maduna. And we also have DDG for Inspectorate and Enforcement Services, Ms. Egi Muilwa, CEO of Supported for Employment Enterprises, Mr. Sbusiso Pagati, who will be here with also her CFO. His CFO, and Ms. Sibaga, and lastly, Head of Office of the DG, Advocate Litloli Ntleki. We also have ministry officials. I'm not sure, Chair, I'm not running your meeting. I see there's a hand of...
I am attending to it, Honorable Slepe. On what point are you raising? Honorable
My
Slepe?
apologies, Deputy Minister. I don't know where it is on my side. I can hear that the Deputy Minister is not audible on my side. She's very light voice. I don't know where is it, my gadget or whatsoever, but I can't clearly hear. It's very low in the volume. I don't understand. Checking on the other side of our members whether you can clearly hear
I'm struggling
the Deputy Minister,
to...
because my
I'm
touch is
struggling
very
to
low.
hear you, Honorable Slepe. I'm sure the problem is on your side. Can you try again? Unless other members would have heard you, probably then it will be on my side. Yeah, it's on his side, and I think we have lost him now. He will reconnect. But I couldn't hear Deputy Minister, unfortunately. I don't have something to rule on except to say, please proceed
Okay.
for now.
All right, thank you so much. But you confirm that you can hear me audible, Chairperson?
Yes,
All
I
right.
can hear.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Maybe to assist the Honorable Slepe, if you allow, I can switch off my video and try to also, try to be as loud as I can. But I'm also looking at your time in the 10 minutes that you gave me, Chairperson. I'm not complaining necessarily. However, we are meant to reflect politically on the issues regarding the strategic plan, the annual performance plans, and also the annual performance plans, the strategic plans as well, and budget review, Chairperson. I'll also plead, as much as you gave us time, for us to be able to reflect. However, we'll try as much as I can to really sweep through. Hence, I'm going to try to speak as fast as I can, and I hope that the points will be captured. So the text and the context, it's not lost in trying to manage the issue of time. However, we do have the slides that are 80 slides, Chairperson. We take it as we said, they've been read. And of course, C is the one that's got a slightly smaller slides. However, all of them will be infused, Chairperson. We are really going to try, without doing disservice, to ensure that the department will only focus you to certain slides and say you can go to slide so and so. We are not by any way trying not to deal with the other slides because of the time that you've already allocated to these 80 slides, being that 35 minutes, including the C itself, Chairperson. So I will switch off my video if you allow, so I can just...
Now, Honorable Deputy Minister, so that you know how to utilize your time.
Okay.
The 35 minutes is the department.
Yes.
And
No.
SEE has been given its own time. That's why we
Okay.
start with them
Okay.
at 10 minutes. And I said, if they overrun, it can be like more than the 12 minutes. So,
Okay.
so that time. Okay.
All right, thank you. That's noted, Chairperson. Chair, I want to reiterate again the apologies of our Minister, Mrs. Makosazana Meth, and who's in Lesotho, and the Deputy Minister, Mr. Jomo Sibia, who's also in Brazil, attending to and representing our Minister in the G20, and all this has to do with departmental commitments. Chairperson, the department, obviously, as I said, will present the strategic plans for 2025 financial year 20 to 2030 and the annual performance plan 2025-26 for Department of Labor and Employment and its entity C. The 25-2030 strategic plan and 25-26 APP chair of the Department of Employment and Labor, it really marks a significant point in our ongoing efforts to pursue the inclusive economic growth, work opportunities, and improved social protection for all South Africans. In annual performance plan, our programs are also an expression of an unwavering commitment to transform labor markets, ensuring decent work for all, strengthening good governance in the department and its entities. The department's strategic priorities are deeply intertwined with global economic, social, and environmental trends. By addressing domestic challenges like unemployment and poverty, it aims to strengthen our country's position as a regional leader and key player in the global geopolitics, particularly through our G20 presidency and alignment with international developmental goals. Chair, it is worth noting the South Africa economic strategy aligns closely with global trends and priorities that includes inclusive growth, job creation, and economic diversification, particularly in the developing countries, in the context of a rapidly evolving global economic shaped by technological change and shifting labor markets. The country is investing in infrastructure, digitization, and skills development to remain competitive, and our presidency of the G20 demonstrates a proactive stance in influencing international economic policy with strategic goals that address poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and also sustainable development. Additionally, Chair, South Africa's leadership in the region, it is evident its commitment to social equity, economic integration. It is also priorities the empowerment of marginalized groups in the line with the African Union's development agenda. Furthermore, Chair, South Africa focus on global labor standards, structural reforms, and environmental sustainability, reinforcing our position as a responsible international actor. Our adherence to International Labour Organization named or rather known as ILO standards and the implementation of the national minimum wage show a dedication to ethical labor practices, while ongoing structural reforms aims to promote fiscal sustainability amidst global economic pressures. The strategic emphasis on climate change and sustainable resource management demonstrates an alignment with global environment goals. At the same time, the strengthening of a social safety nets and the prioritization of human rights reflects South Africa's commitment to social justice, both domestically and our foreign policy engagement. There's matters around skills development, Chair, that are highlighted and swifted on training and employment opportunities. South Africa faces severe unemployment crisis, as we know, one of the worst in the world at this rate. And as the ministry, we're deeply concerned that our country's unemployment rate standards at this point stands at over 32%, expanded definition including discouraged work seekers, with youth unemployment exceeding that 60%. This crisis fuels poverty, this inequality, and social instability. We also have identified and employed the department to really focus on the main causes of this youth unemployment rate. As we know, one would be issues of pathways that we identify in the ministry, that young people struggle to access the labor market and lack of that work experience, that which we know even the president in the SONA, he would have spoken to that this matter of lack of work experience should not be a precursor for young people to really get into the market. The sectors, the low growth in labor absorbing sectors, we note as part of the challenges. The skills, Chairperson, that poor education outcomes as well is part of a mismatch between the skill supply and the demand that the country currently is needing. The SMME's limited opportunity for self-employment, as much as we acknowledge the number of work that is happening, including between the Department of Small Medium Enterprises and DTI, that has launched a huge program around the spaza shops, Chairperson, but we are saying that there needs to be a strengthening of this SMMEs so that they're able to be financially reliable. people, but they should be in a position to get off their feet. However, Chairperson, in these challenges of this youth unemployment, through the labor activation program, as you know, as a response, we still aim to address this unemployment by providing the skills that we're talking about, and we highlight as a challenge the training, the employment opportunity, particularly vulnerable groups. As I said, it's youth and persons with disabilities, and the focus on that pathways to employment and support job creation initiatives. I will also demonstrate, Chairperson, that indeed we are focused as the department. The project 20,000, as you know, that over the medium term, the department will also be creating that 20,000 internship opportunities. I can report that 10,000 for this year. The process is underway, Chairperson, wherein you will recall that we came to yourself when the advert was advertised and went out, and we said young people can apply. They're in a process currently of really data and taking on those initiatives, or rather this application, as part of the national compliance to drive the project and necessitated budget adjustment and strategic planning. One of other projects that to show that labor, how we get involved, the teacher assistant program, our department working with the Department of Basic Education contributes to youth unemployment through the teacher assistance program, through the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. This aims to provide skills and employment opportunities for young people. To this end, 4 billion has been allocated, Chair, for purposes and implementing agency, and in the being the IDC Chairperson. But we can pride ourselves to say this Department of Employment and Labor would have been instrumental in making sure that 4 billion has been allocated to ensure there's absorption of the young people in terms of this program. The driving inclusive growth and empowerment, Chairperson, would know the strategic plans 25-2030, annual performance also of 25-26 for both department and C reflect a bold and transformative vision for South Africa. It also underscores the government commitment to foster inclusive growth, reducing unemployment and addressing systematic inequalities, and that is found within our NDP and including SONA priorities that the President would have spoke to, being part one priority that I will highlight, the inclusive growth on job creation, Chair, and government. In this instance, in our documentation, we aim to create 2 million jobs by 2030 and targeting a reduction of unemployment by 27.5%. This ambitious goal is supported by initiatives such as National Pathway Management Network in South Africa in partnership with various sectors to drive employment opportunities. The empowerment of persons with disabilities supported employment enterprises will also play a pivotal role, and they speak about it, for creating sustainable work opportunities for persons with disability, restoring dignity and self-reliance. The plan targets employing of 100 additional persons with disabilities annually and aims to increase job creation through C factories to 1,000 by 2030. Skills development and education, Chairperson, we're addressing the mismatch between skill supply and demand is critical. The plan emphasizes collaboration with educational institutions and professional bodies to prepare the workforce for the future industries. Ethical governance and service delivery, we also highlighted in the strategy, the social safety nets and poverty reduction. It's also there, Chairperson, wherein we are also emphasizes the plan that includes measures to tackle deeply poverty, spatial inequalities, food security, by also ensuring that initiatives like the national minimum wage and expanded public works employment programs as well, they are reality. Chair, we're going to, from a policy point of view, Chairperson, we're going to undergo legislative review as this department will ensure the next 5 years be reviewing the following pieces of legislation: Basic Condition of Employment Act, the Labor Relations Act, Occupational Health and Safety, Employment Equity Act, Unemployment Insurance Fund Act, Compensation for Occupational Injuries, Disease, and as you name it, COIDA. There is a process, Chair, of unbundling of compensation fund and unemployment insurance fund that we the department aims to unbundle the compensation fund and the unemployment insurance fund as part of the reconfiguration project. The department targets to finalize unbundling of these two entities by 31st March 2027. The objectives of this initiative, as you would know, is to enhance governance and performance, including issues of capacity of these two entities under the department. This process involves separating these entities to improve operational efficiency and service delivery. I will leave matters on BRR chairperson and leave it that the C will also speak to matters if you see that they're also undergoing certain challenges insofar deficits are concerned financially. However, there is a focus that is directed around the BRR relating to the need for the entity to come up with strategy to increase sales revenue, and this is what they're also trying to focus on. But also the second recommendation at this point that the preferential, the PPFA, and these are addressed through strategic plan entities. You will know the challenges on legislative around that. The Department of Employment and Labor will also deal with issues of financial performance of the department, noting the AG's finding in the presentation will also highlight those concerns that will include matters related to the fight against corruption, consequence management, filling of vacancies, the recovery of funds of the department, and the ICT strategy plans to enhance efficiency of the department. Chairperson, perhaps maybe when you give me back later on to close some of the points, one will reiterate. I'm looking at the time. I've tried very much to really try to sum up and deal with my 10 minutes that you gave me, but maybe just to say that there's notable allocations, Chairperson, that have been done, including the supported of employment enterprises, Chairperson's productivity SA compensation fund. Despite this structural financial planning, the department faces several fiscal challenges. Supported employment enterprises is also operating under significant deficit, highlighting the need to boost revenue, increase sales, and stronger customer agreements. Additionally, baseline reductions in the machinery and equipment budget could also be undermine the department's operational efficiency and capacity. We commit, Chairperson, as the ministry that indeed will also give support, including to IES. As you know, in the presentation, it aims to also do inspections annually over 800,000 and more, that they should be capacitated. The work does not stop. The labor force that we're also trying to get through the inspectors might not still be enough, because the work in the country around inspections as well, it's quite immense. So it's quite important that we've given Ms. Jackie the focus to say that she needs to focus and ensuring that we capacitate also this program. They'll speak to it. Chair, let me pause it at that. And with the pause, I think I'll be doing injustice not to rightfully welcome Ms. Jackie that joins this department, Chairperson, by the wisdom and the appointment of the Minister Meth that has appointed her to come and hold the fort for this department, Chairperson. So would like to say to Ms. Jackie, who's not a stranger really to the world of public service that has been around for quite some time, and that has acted in the okay, I forgot the ministry now because I'm being made to really rush. However, I want to say she's a seasoned servant and executive leader, over 20 years and of experience across public sectors. She brings wealth of knowledge on governance, organizational reforms, and strategic policy, and her current role in the Department of Employment and Labor. She was also previously served as an acting DG of Public Enterprise. That's what I wanted to say, Chairperson. And because we're also dealing with the unbundling, we feel that she'll also be instrumental, because she has dealt with the unbundling of Eskom, and she will be assisting in pushing the unbundling as we spoke of the two entities. Chairperson, she has worked closely to many bills that we've come to Parliament, and her public service credentials, you can Google her, you can go to there, you'll find her. So want to welcome her, and I hope that you welcome her with warm hands in this extensive experience that she gives and the management that she needs to do in managing the stakeholder environments, including robust engagement of organized labor, which is very important that she needs to also be part of that steering the ship. Let me, through you, Chairperson, I'm looking at my time, to give over to Ms. Jackie Modisane to direct the presentation and also the times that we've been allocated thereof, if you allow, Chairperson.
Proceed. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Jackie. Please come on, switch on your mic and your video so they can see you, since it's your first time. And if there's a need for you to switch off your video during the course, you can do so.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and the colleagues on the platform. Can I just switch off my video because there's bandwidth challenges here, and then I'll proceed with the presentation. So just once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the Department of Employment and Labor Strategic Plan for 2030-35. And in terms of that, I will also want to just highlight just a few things. I know that the Deputy Minister has covered many of the issues that she has indicated, but I just need to indicate that the APP sets out practical steps to implement our strategic vision. And in the 25-26 financial year, we will definitely see the interventions that the department is currently undertaking through the various programs, as already highlighted by the Deputy Minister, through the public employment services that will facilitate work opportunities, as well as the SEE, and also even the important work that has been done by the enforcement, inspection and enforcement services that will be carrying it out, and as well as looking at the different areas that the labor policy and industrial relations will be undertaking in terms of increasing employer compliance with the labor laws, particularly with the national minimum wage. We recognize that also delivering these ambitious targets requires more than just planning, but it demands sound governance, financial discipline, and innovation. Accordingly, we will be strengthening our internal systems to reduce audit qualifications, improve communication and marketing strategies to broaden the revenue based to complement the Treasury allocation. I just need to underscore the point that we remain committed to extending our underserved areas and improving the turnaround times across all service delivery channels. And that also includes what the Deputy Minister indicated. It will require us strengthening internal capacity and also accelerating digital transformation and promoting accountability in the key areas. With that being said, I just need to then refer to the colleagues who will cover and unpack exactly what the programs will be doing in terms of undertaking this critical and bold decision that has been pronounced and in line with the MTDP, and hand over to the Chief Director, Planning and Monitoring, Ms. Nolukholo Sigaba, who will give background on the structure of the Department of Labor, and also followed by the respective DDGs as they come through. Chair, through you, can I request that Ms. Nolukholo to take us through the presentation? Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. I would like to switch on to devices and echo. To the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Maneli, good morning to the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the Honorable Deputy Minister of the Department of Employment and Labor, who is leading the delegation, Honorable Nemadzinga Chabalala, to the Acting Director General of the Department of Employment and Labor, Ms. Jackie Modisane, to the DDGs who are also on the platform, who will also be presenting today, and to the colleagues. I will switch on my camera just for the members to acknowledge that I am not a robot, and I will also switch it off again to preserve my bandwidth. Thank you, Chairperson. The presentation that I am going to focus on is going to be quite brief, because it will be focusing on the contribution that the department has made to the MTDP 2025-2030 that has been signed off by the President of the Republic, as well as the Minister in the Presidency. This is the official document that has been adopted as marching orders for all government departments to be able to implement their program of action over the next financial year, as well as in the next 5 years. My focus in the presentation will be what contribution the department has made to the national imperatives that are captured in the MTDP, as well as the background. The DDGs will come in then to present on the annual performance plan, as well as the quarterly targets that they will be implementing in the next financial year. I just want to focus briefly on slide number 2, which is at the table of contents, and just for the members to understand how this presentation is structured, and also how the DDGs are going to be coming in. I will be looking at the MTTP priorities, as well as the departmental priorities in the strat plan, and how we have formulated a link on this, and then the DDGs will come in on the DEL annual performance plan. The CFO will come and present the MTF financial allocation, and the SEE will present their strategic plan as well as annual performance plan. If I can go to slide number 17, I take the presentation as read, and the Deputy Minister has covered most of the issues that are in our background, which are the challenges that have made us to put together this type of program of action that is in the main to assist in stemming the tide against unemployment, and particularly youth unemployment in the country. We are well versed about the medium-term development plan priorities over the next 3 years. And in this presentation, as a department, we will be demonstrating how we in each of the branches of the department, we are contributing to the 3 priorities, and subsequent to that, all the public entities and the funds of the department will be presenting their strategic plans and APPs, which will also center around the 3 priorities of the MTDP. We also want to unveil the departmental 7 strategic priorities that have been adopted by the ministry in our first strategic planning session, and these are also going to be the guiding cardinal points over the next 5 years in terms of the work that we do on a day-to-day basis. In the next slide, we demonstrate how these priorities are interlinked and how these are intertwined in such a way that we are able to make maximum impact on not just the departmental priorities, but also on the MTDP priorities. Slide number 21 is a demonstration of the massive investment that has been made by the department to contribute to strategic priority number 1, which is actually at the center of the MTDP, a document that is going to guide our implementation over the next 5 years. Virtually all programs of the department, as well as the public entities and the funds, they are invested in contributing in priority number 1, which is to drive inclusive growth and job creation. In slide number 23, we demonstrate what contribution we have made to the MTDP that has been signed off and has been published widely throughout the country. The Deputy Minister has alluded to the 1 million jobs that are going to be created by the department and its public entities by 2030. In the main, PES will be driving this program. We have actually broken down the number of jobs that are going to be created over the next 5 years. as well as the annual targets that are captured in our annual performance plan for this current financial year. The desired impact here is to increase economic growth to 3.5 by 2030 and also reduce unemployment to 27.5 by the end of the term through the creation of the 2 million jobs. And the 2 million jobs, if I can clarify that, are going to be coming collectively from the department, the public entities, as well as its funds, that is the funds, UIF and the compensation fund. The 1 million jobs that we will be focusing on in the main that are allocated under budget vote 31 are the ones that are going to be implemented through the Public Employment Services Program. When the compensation fund and the UIF in turn present their strategic plans and APP, they will be able to focus on the 1 million jobs contribution that they will be making towards the government, towards the department and the MTDP collectively. In slide number 24, we also want to showcase the supporting role that the department is playing that has been captured in the MTDP under this strategic priority number 1 to drive inclusive growth and job creation. And they are supporting the National Treasury and the Presidency. And the aim of this program is to review all public employment programs across government. And this review process is envisaged to have been complete by mid-term, and implementation will then ensue. The desired impact here is to ensure that we have an efficient public employment system as a country that creates sustainable jobs for all South Africans and in particular young people. In slide number 25, we also have a supporting role by the department under Public Employment Services, supporting the Department of Agriculture and COGTA in the creation of 441,801 self-employment opportunities in the subsistence farming, as well as through COGTA, the creation of 300,000 work opportunities through the Community Works program. We do have mid-term target that we have put in the slide that are driven by these two departments, that is COGTA as well as agriculture, with PES playing a supporting role. In slide number, my apologies, in slide number 26, we have the Department of Home Affairs at the helm of driving this structural reform program, which is designed to attract critical scarce skills and promote investment and grow tourism in support of economic growth and job creation. PES will provide a supporting and coordinating role in all of this, as it has assumed a coordinating role for all government public employment programs. If we can go to slide number 34 and 35. In slide number 34, we are demonstrating how the department is contributing to strategic priority number 2 of the MTDP, which is the reduction of poverty and the tackling of the high cost of living. We have 2 programs of the department in the main that are driving this contribution to this priority, and that is labor policy and industrial relations, as well as inspection and enforcement services. In the main, they will be reviewing the national minimum wage to ensure that we narrow the gap of inequality in the country, and this will be done on an annual basis over the next 5 years, and the first target being implemented in this current financial year. Inspection and enforcement will then come in to enforce the national minimum wage and ensure that we increase compliance by wayward employers. And the target for 2025-2026, as captured in our APP, is that we will increase our compliance to 95% by conducting 164,864 inspections for the national minimum wage, as well as the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. Again, to support the reduction of poverty and improvement of livelihoods, as well as the protection of vulnerable workers, which is the mandate of the department. We, as a department, intend through IS to increase compliance with the UI Act, as well as COIDA, by the end of the term, starting with this current financial year, where we will increase compliance to 65%. The desired impact, of course, is a more equal society where no person lives in poverty, as well as a cohesive and united nation. All this will be funded under budget allocation of Vote 31 that the CFO is going to explain in detail when his turn to present comes. In slide number 35, we just want to demonstrate the commitment that the department has made in increasing the compliance levels in the country to the national minimum wage, the UI COIDA, as well as the Basic Conditions of Employment Act. Our current baseline was sitting at 89% compliance for national minimum wage and 40% for the UI as well as COIDA. Our 5-year target is to make sure that by the end of the term, we are sitting at 95% compliance by all employers of the country towards a national minimum wage and PCA, as well as 65% for UI and COIDA. This is quite a substantial increase that the department is committing to, and also one that is intended to have the desired impact on enforcement as well as compliance. If we can go to slide number 37, we are looking at the contribution of Program 1 for priority number 3, which is to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And these are the outcomes that the department has committed to, which are prescriptive from the MTDP priority number 3, and which is driven by TPSA and TPME in the main. As a department, we intend to digitize all our service delivery systems by 2030 so that we can improve on service delivery and be efficient in the way in which we deal with the public. To that effect, ICT has developed a project plan that we intend to implement at 100% by the end of the term, starting with 2025-2026 APP. Our target is to implement 80% of the milestones that are captured in the ICT project plan. We are also committed to the fight against fraud and corruption as a department, and our employment relations unit in the department will ensure that cases that are related to fraud and corruption are completed within 90 days. 80% of those must be completed within 90 days of being received. This target is prescribed by the DPSA, and we are following matching orders from our sister department that is responsible for this priority in the MTDP. Again, goods and services procurement from designated groups, that is women, young people, and people with disabilities. Again, we intend to, in the current financial year, to target 30% of women, 20% of young people, and 3% of people with disabilities. Again, these targets are prescribed to all government departments as captured in the MTDP by the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. We also intend to boost our capacity as a department by filling all funded vacancies within 8 months, and 90% of those must be filled, and that is our target for this current financial year. The payment of invoices is designed to assist the SMME sector and also make sure that we alleviate poverty in this regard. And this target is prescribed again by the DPSA and National Treasury. And our intention is that within 30 days, we must have paid all our suppliers. That is 100% of them must have been paid. That is the annual target, as well as our target over the next 5 years. The desired impact is that we want to have a capable department, a professional department that has improved its service delivery. If we can move on to slide number 38, which is my last slide before the DDGs come in. The Deputy Minister has made a reference to the initiative by the department to reconfigure the department as well as unbundle the CF and the UIF. This is intended to undertake a comprehensive review of the department to enable rationalization, streamlining, and implementation of a shared services model in the department. This is also an MTDP priority that is prescribed to all government departments. By mid-term, that is at 31st March 2027, the CF and UIF will have been unbundled, and in the following year, the DEL reconfiguration project will have been finalized. The APP target that is for this current financial year is that 80% of the milestones that are in our project plan must have been implemented. The project plan is in the making, and it is to be approved. And whilst this process is going on, the approval process, the implementation process also has not stalled. The same applies for the project plan for the reconfiguration of the department. We also intend to implement 80% of our milestones. This project is also going to be funded from the budget vote of the department, budget vote 31, with a support that will be provided by the CF as well as the UIF, because they are the main role players in this exercise. The desired impact is that by the end of this process, we want to improve governance in these two entities as well as in the department, as well as improve the performance and the service delivery, because these are the main service delivery units of the department, and the way in which we are able to alleviate poverty and contribute to social security in the country. That is the end of my presentation, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I would like to thank you for giving me the platform. Thank you.
Chair, through you, thank you very much. Nolukolo, can I please request the DDG for Corporate Services, Ms. Bahumi Matebesi, to present and just propose the highlights and the pertinent issues. Thank you very much, through you, Chair. Can I request Ms. Bahumi to...
Okay, thank you so much, Acting DG. Good morning to the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Chairperson, and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and my colleagues. I'm trying to show the video. I don't know whether I'm visible on the video.
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, I'm just gonna take it down. Yes, thank you so much. I'm just doing it out of the fact that you just need to see my face. I'm going to take it down, Chair, if you allow me. Thank you so much. I think Nolukolo, Mr. Gaba has actually covered briefly the targets that we've planned. In terms of the start plan, I think what we're showing on the start plan, 25-20-30, we talked about digital transformation, and the baseline that we have at the moment is that we digitized inspection and employment services and public employment services. And we also have done infrastructure update in all the levels. And in the 5-year period, we want to reach 100% of that digital transformation. And they should be completed by the end of 31 March 2030. And improved governance and performance of the public entities. This is done through the unbundling and the reconfiguration project that Mr. Gaba has just mentioned. The current baseline that we have is that we've got a progress report on the UIF and the CF, which was submitted by the 31st of October, and the work is still underway. And in terms of the reconfiguration of the department, we are at a progress report level where we've actually come up with a proposed macro structure. That is our current baseline. And the 5-year target is that we will reconfigure the department and make it fit for purpose by the 31st of March 2028, beyond unbundling of the UIF and CF. Go to the next slide. Okay. On the APP, the digital transformation over the MTF period over 3 years, starting from the current financial year, we've given ourselves a target of 80% of the departmental project plan for the digital transformation. We're going to develop the plan, and then 80% of that should be implemented. 90% will be implemented in 26-27, and in the outer year, we plan to complete it 100%. And then on the 25-26 breakdown quarterly targets, we've broken them down to contribute towards the 80% annual target. In the first quarter, we're doing the plan. Quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, we'll be doing those incremental implementation of the plan itself. 30% in quarter 2, 50% in quarter 3, and 80% in quarter 4. And then on the cybersecurity, I think we've got a prevalence of cyber attacks within the department, within our system. And we've already implemented some of the milestones, but we want to ensure that we implement the Center of Internet Security Control project plan by the 31st of March. The background has already been done in 24-25 and the prior year. Now what we're going to do will be Center of Internet Security Controls project plan, and we'll start 25-26, 26-27, 27-28. We will do 80%, 90%, 100% respectively. We're going to implement the plan. And for the annual target, the quarterly targets that we have is that in quarter 1, we'll develop the strategy and information security policy that we currently have is going to be reviewed. As I mentioned, that we've already started a lot of work has gone into the cybersecurity controls. In quarter 2, we'll do the CIS control project plan. We'll implement that, and 70% in quarter 3. And in quarter 4, we'll then reach the 80% milestone. Let's go to the next slide. And then the filling of vacancies, let me just mention the fact that the reason why we've got 8 months filling of vacancies was the fact that we looked at the previous performance, and we then benchmarked against us the previous performance, and we are targeting 90% of field funded vacancies to be filled by period of 8 months, and we're going to count from the month of April, because we had some issues last financial year, where we had to go through a process of cost containment, or so-called moratorium, where we had to get permission from the DPSA before we fill our positions. And luckily now that has been relaxed, it has been done away with, so we're going to fill our positions, and probably that even 8 months should be will be more sufficient than what we had anticipated at the beginning. So 90% in all the 3 years, and the target will start measuring ourselves in quarter 3, when we've reached the month 8, the third quarter, and quarter 4 also. That will be a cumulative target in the financial year 25-26. Let's go to the next one. And the gender responsive recruitment, we've got SMS positions that we want to be occupied by women by the end of the MTF period, 27-28, 50% of that. We're seeking gender parity, but for now we're looking at where we are, and we put some incremental percentages. 25-26, we aiming for 48% of SMS positions occupied by women. In 26-27, we aiming for 49, and then the outer year we aiming for 50. And the table below shows the measures per quarter for the current financial year 25-26. So every quarter we'll be measuring ourselves to maintain that 48 or more percentage of women at SMS level. Go to the next one. And this is also a universal target that was given to us by the presidency in terms of consequence management and The main idea is to achieve an ethical and capable and professional service, public service. So the output indicator being a percentage of consequence management cases related to misconduct finalized by employment relations within 90 days. These are all types of cases, fraud cases, financial misconduct, all types. And then in the 3-year period, we've been given a target of 80%. All these cases should be finalized within 90 days of receipt of those cases. And the targets are equally the same when you look at the quarterly targets for the financial year 25-26. Let's go to the next one. And the reconfiguration of the UIF and the CF will unbundle. We want to, the indicator says percentage of milestones on the project plan. They'll reconfigured, including unbundling of the UIF and CF. So we'll unbundle and then reconfigure. 25-26, we will reach 80% of the milestones for the year on the project plan to be implemented. And then 26-27, it's 90% of that. 27-28, it's 100%. And we broke down the 80% in 25-26 as indicated below there on the quarterly targets. Finally, achieving the 80% milestone that is marked for 25-26. But we'll start measuring the percentages from quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 1. We'll finalize the project, the revised project plan. Let's go to the next one. This one is about payment of invoices within 30 days. That has been mentioned also earlier. We need to pay 100% of all the invoices within 30 days of receipt without fail for the 3 MTF period. And for the current financial year, 25-26, we also have to stick to the same target. Go to the next one. I think that might have been the last one. Okay, the procurement of goods and services to the designated groups, the women, youth, and people with disabilities is also a universal target that has been assigned to us by the presidency, that we need to empower women and procure goods and services from these historically marginalized groups. And those are the percentages that we have. I think it has been mentioned before. And even in the current financial year, per quarter, we'll still be measuring ourselves, and we need to perform to that level or above for the 3 designated groups of women, youth, and people with disabilities. Women being 30%, 20% for youth, and 3% for people with disabilities. I think that might have been the last one. Okay, there's a communication one. This one is it's a fresh target that we included under administration. It's about effective and efficient communication. We need to put the department out there and communicate the good work that the department is doing, and make sure that we create awareness and we are visible to our service, to our clients and the citizens at large. So in 25-26, we have targeted 40 communication activities. In 26-27, we will escalate to 60. 27-28, we will take it to 80 communication activities. And for the year 25-26, for the 40, we've broken them down per quarter. Every quarter will have 10 activities that will be aimed at increasing visibility and awareness of the services that the department is doing. So each quarter will carry 10 activities. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think that was the last one. Thanks, Chair.
You are still reminded of your time as it is just quiet now and no presentation made.
Apologies for that, Chair. Can I just ask DDGIS to take over the platform and just highlight the key salient areas? Thank you very much. DDG?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm trying to switch on my video. I'm not sure whether I am succeeding, Chair. I'd like to recognize your presence, honorable members, Honorable Deputy Minister, and my colleagues. I'll be quite quick in the interest of time. My presentation is going to focus on 5 slides, from slide number 52 up to slide number 55. And I just want to emphasize, Chair, the fact that our targets are linked to our key pillars as the inspectorate. We focus on advocacy, inspections, and enforcement. If you look at the first slide, slide number 52, it's depicting the number of inspections that are going to be conducted in the current financial year, 298,000, just over 298,000. And underneath, you'll see the targets per quarter. Our targets are incremental. And slide number 53, it's a depiction of the same, broken down by provinces and per legislation. If you go to slide number 54, what we say in slide number 54 is that of those that have been inspected and were found to be non-compliant, we're going to be issuing out various notices per legislation. We're going to make sure that we issue out to 95% thereof within 14 days. And then slide number 55, it's also continuing the enforcement matter. And that what we're saying in the slide is that in instances that those that have been issued with notices continue to be non-compliant even after the expiry of the notices, such will be referred to prosecution through our prosecution agencies. And the last slide, slide number 56, is talking to our advocacy mandate, where we're going to hold at minimum 4 national seminars and 2 conferences. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much for that succinct presentation by the DDG. Can I now request DDG Sam Morotoba to follow the same cue, and you've got the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. My presentation is going to be on 6 slides. The first one deals with the whole question of placement of, that is, registration of work seekers. We're aiming to register 1 million work seekers, and the slides provides a quarterly breakdown. The next one is the total number of opportunities that we are going to register, 120,000, and we provide a breakdown per quarter. The next one is the total number of counseling to work seekers that we are going to register, and a breakdown per quarter is also provided. On the placement into employment, we're targeting 70,000, and we provide a breakdown per quarter. Ms. Gaba indicated our role in the coordination of employment on the next slide. Now, there are a number of things that we are going to do. We will run 9 job fairs across the country. These are aimed at mobilizing and making sure that we work with other government departments to take service delivery to people. Secondly, we have processed the National Labour Migration Policy and the bill, and we will be focusing on the National Employment Policy this time around, which is also aimed at ensuring that we can coordinate employment as per our new mandate. And thirdly, we will be looking at the partnership agreements, measure ones, unlike the ones we had before. And we're targeting to have 5 high-level agreements per year. The last slide that I'm going to talk to is on the next one, is on the number of that as honorable members know that we have been given this responsibility to coordinate employment across the country. Here we will produce 2 annual reports that is reporting on employment interventions across the country within the public and the private sector. We've also been given responsibility to coordinate a number of employment interventions with business, and our minister is leading that team, and the technical team is led by the Director General. In this case, we'll produce a number of government business collaboration interventions. The other departments assisting us in this work is higher education, small business, and the DTIC. Lastly, we will also be looking at the coordination of public employment programs. Whilst we are not the key implementer, the department has been given the responsibility to work with the Treasury and the Presidency to make sure that we minimize wastage, we make sure that we maximize impact, and so on. And in this case, we'll produce a policy framework which we believe and hope that other government departments will embrace. And we have already started work in this area after the 2 research that we commissioned with the Nelson Mandela University and the HSRC. They accepted the kind of findings, and they've now asked us to take this work a step further. And we believe that the framework based on the recommendations made by the 2 will assist in reshaping and refocusing the public employment programs. The rest of the slides indicates how this work is going to be cascaded to provincial levels and in turn labor center levels. And I won't go through them, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Muratoba. Can I then ask Mr. Mkalipi to also follow the same sequence? Thank you. Mr. Mkalipi, through you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you very much, honorable members and ministers and the deputy ministers. We'll continue on the areas of reducing poverty and improving livelihood by renewing the national minimum wage for the next 3 years, ensure that it meets and is protected against the effects of inflation. Next slide, please. The next slide deals with our work that we do around the mainstreaming of gender empowerment and youth and people with disability. In this area, we'll continue with the publication of the annual report on employment equity, and that will be done for the next 3 years. Develop the report and publish it. Next slide, please. It's continue on the mainstreaming, talking about the public register that will be published of those companies that have failed or those companies that have reported, that will be publishing every year for the next 3 years. Next slide, please. The next slide deal with the work that we do in the rest of Africa and in the world. In this area, we will, as members would know, we sign a number of bilateral agreements with different countries. Now, what we intended to do is to produce reports that indicate what has happened to those bilateral agreements, what changes have they made in the lives of South Africans and the labor market. And that will do those reports, two reports each year for the next 3 years. Next slide, please. The next slide deal with the work that we do in terms of registration and deregistration of labor organization, trade unions, and employer organization. Here, in terms of the law, we've got to make a decision whether to register or refuse registration within 90 days. That's what the LRA indicate, and we continue to make a commitment that will try and meet that 90 days. Next slide, please. On the areas of reducing employment in our research area, we commit to do 2 research reports that will be produced for the next 3 years, 2 in each year. Next slide, please. And we further commit to produce in this area 4 annual labor market trends reports each of the financial years for the next 3 years. Thank you, Chair. Those are the major issues concerning the labor policy section.
Thank you very much, DDG. Can I now request the CFO to take us through the finances and the budget MTEF allocations? Mr. Maduna, you've got the floor. Through you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, colleagues. The information on the slide is the allocation over the MTF period, but I am gonna mainly concentrate on the 25-26 financial year. The 24-25 is put there as a base from which I think we have been operating in the past, and the original budget indicates that I think in the previous year there has been no budget there was no budget change. The original budget and the adjusted budget is the same. In terms of the allocation for the 25-26, the department has been allocated the 4.153 billion rands allocated to the programs of the department as specified on the slide. Next slide. The next slide indicates the same amount of the 4.153 budget billion allocated to vote 31. But in terms of the economic classification, goods and services, compensation of employees, goods and services, transfers and subsidies, capital assets, totaling to the 4.153 billion for the financial year. And the indicative amounts for the outer years are there for planning purposes. However, they do change slightly if there are some changes, we are notified and we adjust accordingly. The next slide. As indicated in this slide, the indicative allocation before was 3.77 billion rands, which has been adjusted when the allocation letter was issued, with an additional amount of 66.1 million allocated to compensation of employees. Goods and services was further given 2.22 million, and transfers and subsidies were allocated 295 million, and capital payment for capital assets 10 million. There was a further rearrangement into our current baseline, excuse me, which indicated the reduction on foreign government and international organizations of 4 million, and machinery and equipment of 13 million. So in total, the allocation was on the baseline was reduced by 17 million, which was allocated to the items above. together with an additional allocation from Fiscus. Together, it gives us the 4.153 billion budget for the current financial year. Next slide. This slide indicates the allocations to our entities, which I think will further explain, also in it will further explain the 295 million, which is the IDC and the GTEC, Government Technical Advisory Services, which I may also add that this is the final allocation in the current financial year, as in the next outer 2 years, and in the next outer years, the allocation is no more. Next slide. I think that was the silent, what I want to indicate on this slide. Oh, thank you, Chair. That completes the MTF allocation for vote 31 of the department. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO, for that presentation. Can I now request the Chief Executive Officer of SEE to present on the Support and Employment Enterprises Strat Plan, and also followed by the CFO in that order? Through you, Chair, can I request Mr. Phakathi to take the floor? Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Minister, and members of honorable members. Chair, through you, may I request our ICT officials, personnel, and SETA are working on the network, so they've actually disabled my video. Can I just show it later as soon as they are finished in the network room, if you can allow? Yes, we can. Just to start off, Support Employment Enterprises has had two major challenges. One being the lack of adequate sales revenue generation, as well as not so good audit opinion by the AGSA. So to respond to these challenges, we have had to look at the root causes and apply our sound judgment to come up with the measurable interventions to deal with such challenges at once. So we've decided to incorporate solutions into our annual performance plan to ensure that performance output is measured and there's accountability. So, Chairperson, I'll start off with slide number 3, where we are showing the alignment between SEE legislative mandate and the medium-term development plan. So the legislation enjoins us to provide work opportunities for persons with disabilities. We recognize that the work provided to citizens with disabilities it provides them with incomes that enables them to actually spend on local economies, which actually help us to grow our economy, as well as to address the issues of poverty. So the alignment is precisely there. If we can move to the next slide, which deals directly with our annual performance plan. If we can proceed to the next slide. So in terms of our annual performance plan for 2025-26, we've set ourselves to absorb into employment 100 persons with disabilities, and that is split across 4 quarters of the year. So we will be supporting that by growing our sales revenues by 10%, and also ensure aggressive customer acquisition by signing more MOUs, and which our target is 7. And we are also intensifying our marketing and communication efforts to ensure that SEE and its product offerings are on the face of our customers. And in terms of, if we can move to the next slide, in terms of our strategic plan for 2025 to 2030, SEE will deliver 1,000 work opportunities and for persons with disabilities, and another 1,000 job opportunities through our stakeholders in the disability space, such as with FSA. So we'll be working closely with those stakeholders to make sure that we address the issues of unemployment. If you can move to the next slide, which the next slide basically deals with our roadmap to address our audit findings, and basically to improve our audit findings in terms of creating reliability and trust by the public that we are actually showing accountability. So we actually put together a roadmap to make sure that we have a clean audit outcome by the end of this current medium-term development plan. We can move to the next slide. The next slide really talks about the budget allocation. Sorry, the network is a bit bad from my side. It talks to the budget allocation. If you look at the allocation which was reflected on the CFO's presentation as well, SD's allocations are 195.5 million. And we've set ourselves, as I indicated earlier on, that we need to absorb into employment 100 persons with disabilities. We've actually calculated that this will actually cost an extra 6.6 million. And if you look at the current cost of employment, at 139.1 million for factory workers and 71.1 million for admin workers. So we've actually established that there's a deficit of 21.3 million. Hence, we've actually pushed up our budgeted sales revenue by, to make sure that it's 80% so that we can ensure that the entity is above water. But all is not lost because we currently having 20 million that was set aside by the Department of Employment and Labor to purchase directly from us all the office furniture throughout the country. So that has actually secured work in the factories to make sure that there's production output happening there, to make sure that there's capacity utilization as well. Another a contract that we have is that one with the Provincial Department of Health in the Western Cape, where they're spending on average 36 million year on year, because we are actually supplying all 501 health facilities in the Western Cape. So that is helping, as well as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We have actually allocated 15 million to actually purchase office furniture. So these are the interventions that, if we can expand on them or with other departments, can actually assist to guarantee that our programs in the next 5 years are actually met. So those interventions that we have would actually help us to address the deficit that we've identified and really push to make sure that we are delivering. We can move to the next slide. Well, this slide was just highlighting basically the impact what the 20 million will do, as I highlighted that there will be work in the factories and so forth. So we can move to the next slide, which is about the budget. I've also highlighted the Western Cape intervention, which of 36 million. So if we can move to the next one. Yeah, the next one is basically showing the deficit even in the outer years. So in other words, what I've just highlighted in terms of the MOUs that we are currently delivering on. So if you can multiply these MOUs, it will actually take care of some of the deficit that we've identified. Because as we proceed, we have to make sure that as we identify the deficit, we must also make sure that we increase our customer base and we start delivering to those customers so that we can look after the deficit. So the message that we're actually sending out is really to say, if we can get as many departments as possible to do the same what the Department of Employment and Labor has done, Provincial Department of Health, as well as DPWI. If we can get as many departments as possible, we will be able to take care of this deficit, because in terms of what they will be spending, it's already allocated. It's not like we're asking for new money from National Treasury. It's a matter of really helping each other within the government space. We can proceed to the next slide. Well, in responding to unemployment problem and the gravity of the problem thereof, we are making data-based decisions by prioritizing provinces where there's high unemployment as well as high disability prevalence rate. So we get these numbers from Stats SA to make sure that our efforts are directed and the impact is directed as well to solve the problem, even though we encourage provinces to actually buy directly from us so that we can employ from those provinces, because it's a demand and supply. If we get orders, it creates demand for us to actually put people at work so they can respond to those to that demand. But these numbers are the ones that would inform us. You'll see when we present the overall results for last year that it will reflect these numbers in terms of our absorption. But this was just to reflect that we don't just make decisions, we are informed by the stats on the ground to make sure that our efforts have impact. We can move to the next slide. The next slide is really it's just a summary. I think it's the last slide. It's just a summary to point honorable members what we'll be focusing on, because for us to provide employment opportunities, we need also to stabilize our operational foundation, and we need to make sure that there's skills transfer, and that can only happen if there's production. So we've employed a number of young persons with disabilities from special schools and from schools of skills. So when they come to our environment, if they are orders, so they were then able to transfer those skills. And we know that not everybody will be absorbed into the labor market. So we are also giving them skills where, because they're very good with their hands, so that they can be able to open their small businesses in case there's no room for them to proceed to the open labor market. As I indicated, that improving AGSA audit opinion and also aggressive marketing efforts to make sure that our entity remain recognized, and then we become basically the standard for providing employment opportunities for persons with disabilities, to make sure that they're in command of their own lives. Thank you so much, Chairperson. That was the final slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Can the CFO then present? Thank you.
Oh, sorry, DG, I've pretty much covered all the slides. Sorry, I just went into the time.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. That's in order. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I can hand over. Thank you. That's the presentation from the colleagues from the department. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Deputy Minister and the team. I will, without waste of time, recognize members who would want to engage with this presentation. I'm trying to manage the time, so if we can just raise your hands and I note them in that order. Honorable Maetso, Honorable Wile, Honorable Slepe. These are the ones I see on my side. Commit support. If jumping any hand, you would also help me in that regard. But to save time, let me start with the members that I've recognized. The Honorable Maetso, you are now recognized. You can proceed. Honorable Maetso, you are muted. You are now recognized. You can proceed to speak. Honorable Maetso, you are muted. Unmute and proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Maetso.
Okay, Chair. My apologies. The network is not good, yes, particularly when the weather is not fine where I am. My apologies. Chair, let's welcome the presentation by the department, and also greetings to the Honorable Deputy Minister and the acting DG, together with the colleagues from the department, and as well as greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, I'm not going to be long in terms of the presentation, but I think that this presentation, Chair, they are quite, I forgot, Chair, can I perhaps maybe show my face so that I'm also seen by the members of the public as well as the members of the Portfolio Committee, including the department. I hope that I'm being recognized to my facial appearance, Chair. And with your permission, can I also switch off my video?
Permitted, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair. As I was, Chair, alluding to the fact that the presentation is quite insightful, and indeed, Chair, we are commending the department for the job well done. However, Chair, on the department presentation, there are questions which I need to perhaps seek clarity from the department. And the number one is that given the target of creating the 3.8 million jobs through public employment programs, which is, I think, is not 5 years from now, because we are now in 2025. I think it's for a couple of months. That will be by 2030. What specific financial modules have been put in place to assess the sustainability of funding these programs, especially considering the current economic climate, which is characterized by stagnant growth? And Chair, are there any contingency plans if projected revenues fall short of expectations? The number two questions will be, how does the department plan to allocate sufficient resources? And I'm saying both in terms of staffing and financial support, so that to ensure the proposed 8,044 844,000 inspection to ensure compliance with labor laws can be effectively conducted. Then, Chair, on the very same breath, what measures will be taken to prevent potential resources constraints from hindering the achievement of the compliance targets, especially in light of economic limitations? Then moving to the Support Employment Enterprise Strat Plan and the APPs. Indeed, Chair, here, I must commend the department that the work that they are doing is quite impressive. However, Chair, the question here is that given the projected budget deficit of 21.3 million, what specific strategies will then the C implement to bridge this financial gap and ensure that operational goals are met without compromising employment opportunities for persons with disabilities? And the last, not least question, Chair, will be with a target that the C has set for itself of employing 1,000 persons with disabilities over 5 years, as I alluded earlier on. What specific recruitment and training programs are being developed to ensure that qualified individuals are prepared for these roles? And how will C track the success of these initiatives? Thank you, Chair.
Chairman. Hello.
So we can hear you, Honorable Mukwele. So that I
Oh,
think Honorable Maeto seems to have gone out of the system. I
all
was
right.
trying to check if it's concluded.
Thank
Please
you very
proceed.
much. Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you and to the members of the Portfolio Committee, also to the department and entities that are present today in the meeting. I'm going to be short because of the network challenges that we are facing. I will just go to my questions. The first question that I'm having, Chair, is the matter of, can I switch my video off?
You're permitted,
Thank you.
Honorable.
All
Proceed.
right. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. My question, Chair, is on the acting. That's a political question that I'm posing. Having known that the department has advertised a position of a DG, what prompted the minister to change the then acting DG, because as we all know that the position has been advertised. Soon we will have a permanent DG. So why would the previous one changed? That is my question. And having based on the presentation by the department, especially on the matter of placement of employment of youth, how will the department monitor this program of placement of youth in terms of going to other provinces? Does the department have a mechanism of monitoring the placements and the data capturing of unemployment? What is the mechanism that the department will use, and how will it use it to make sure that there is accountability on what is there? Another question, Chair. When we were in the Northwest as part of our oversight, we have realized that most of the offices that are used by the department, or labor centers that are used by the department, they are not specifically owned by the department. They are rented facilities. Only out of 11, if I'm not mistaken, only 2 belongs to the department. So I want to check with the department as to whether they have, maybe I've missed the slide that speaks about office allocation and a plan of building labor centers to enable that the work of the department is done in a manner in which we also, as the department, save money of renting these facilities. My last question, Chair, is that the achievement of employment of 2 million, according to what I've experienced in this term, is that we create more of job opportunities rather than the actual jobs. But the target of the department, however, is 2 million. So I want to check as to whether by 2030, this 2 million, will it be achieved? And if so, what are the mechanisms that the department will use to make sure that this 2 million, I don't know whether to call it jobs or to call it job opportunities or to call it temporary jobs, because by the look of things, we are not intending to create permanent employment for the youth. Rather, we are busy on creating, ka Setswana ra re, dijo tse di tswang from seatleng go ya ko molomong, kore you just work for the purpose of having a plate over your table for one day. You don't know what will happen tomorrow. So those are my questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mkweli. Honorable Slepe, you are recognized. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, and honorable members in the department. Chair, allow me to switch off my video. I wanted just to appear, just to be seen. That is me.
Permitted, Honorable Slepe. You can switch off.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I want to start here, Chair. On our last meeting, I posed the question to the minister, and unfortunately, I didn't get the answer from the minister. In me asking that, how much is the budget for the lab program? I was not answered. That worries me so much because, Honorable Chair, you can check that there's no project of this magnitude can be run without one knowing the budget. And it also worries me, what is it that the budget of this lab been a secret? Because it's a public program. It cannot be hidden, be known by a certain number of people. Why the country is interested to know what is happening. We are here as members to represent the masses. And then I'm worried when we are coming to the point whereby money is involved, then there are secret. Why is the secret with the public finances? I'm worried. I need clear answers because I'm asking this. I know very well how much is the budget. It's to my surprise that how would I know the budget of this lab and then the honorable minister of the department, she doesn't know the budget. It's very suspicious. It's very suspicious because I'm asking the question deliberately, knowing how much is the budget. Number two, Honorable Chair, with the presentation, it has shown the challenges with unemployment throughout the different provinces, being it that the Northwest is the leading with 51%, followed by Mpumalanga by 47.8%. My reason why I was asking this budget is that the dynamics of the provinces are not the same. The Northwest province has been allocated 779 million, close to 1 billion. And then I wanted to check because 4 provinces this program has been rolled out, be it your Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Northwestern Mpumalanga. We want to know how much are the figures for each of these provinces because I only know of the Northwest. But others, we didn't get the proper allocation, how much was that money, so that the monitoring of this budget can be known. We want the transparency in this administration. We will never be silent on this matter. It involves a lot of money. For information of my colleagues and members, the budget allocated for this program is 23 billion. And then if our approach on this lab, we can approach only through industrialization that we can manage to close the gap of this. But with the attitude that is happening, I'm doubting because there's the chorus of 2 million jobs I've been hearing even before I came to parliament. The previous administration, the song national anthem was 2 million jobs will be created. I'm surprised even now, not even a quarter of the 2 million has been created. Then looking at the youth unemployed, 7.5 million, the youth only. And then the job that anticipated to be created between now and 2030 is 2 million. Then what's going to happen with this 5 million? Are they not prioritized as a citizen of this country? Those are our voters. What is going to happen? Why don't one ask for what is the strategy? Why don't we benchmark with the countries that they've managed to win this battle against the unemployment? Yes. Number two, Chair, I'm also sharing the sentiment with my other colleague, Mukweli. Is very concerned that the then acting DG being replaced by another acting DG. I'm checking for the period of 12 months. He was acting, and then now there's another one that is acting, and then there's a post being advertised. That means for the whole year we've been given the incompetent DG, by the way, because if he was doing well, the post should have been advertised and then the DG should have applied and been appointed. Because now the responsibilities that he was carrying and accountability, now we need to start afresh and get the new DG. Now we need to that a lot of things that has been said there with him. Now we need to start afresh. That's why we don't achieve anything that we anticipated that we want to achieve. I think the department need to put the house into order. We cannot have this thing of up and down of the DG acting in all departments. No, that is wrong, Chair. The other one, Chair, is last month we went to the oversight visit at Northwest. Home Affairs, that was mentioned as a department to work closely with us. But I'm so disappointed to that department. Reason being that we were deprived as a committee, together with the Provincial Department of Labour in the Northwest, to perform our duty because of shenanigans that we don't know. Because there were a lot of foreign nationals that were needed to be arrested after we found out that we have foreign nationals, and then that's supposed to be undocumented because the Home Affairs, they didn't want to come and assist us in that program. We were unable to know whether those foreign nationals are undocumented or whatsoever because they were only available one day. Then it's worries me, Chair. I think you needed, as a chairperson of the portfolio committee, to take it up to the principal of this department. We want answers. What was happening for this Department of Home Affairs not pitch where they were invited to assist the portfolio committee of employment and labor in the Northwest? We want answers on that one, Honorable Chairperson. And equally so, Chair, after we have left, and luckily enough, I left my business card there because when we were at the Boredere, it was so awkward. People, we couldn't interact with them because there was a young man there, the son of the owner. That one was monitoring all the employees that the members of our portfolio committee, they shouldn't interact with them. But luckily, I managed to play tricks, and then I left my business card there. I received a call and a message throughout the week, past week, yes, that the situation has become worse after we have left because the contracts that they had before, they were forced to sign the new contract that are oppressing them. I am now appealing to you, Chairperson, to send the department back there to review the contracts and comparing them with the old ones. What changes has been made there? Because we cannot allow the situation whereby we are doing the oversight visit. When we went back, the situation is becoming worse and worse and worse. Then now, I'm happening. We cannot allow that every time when we are saying now we are assisting and the situation becoming worse. Can you please, Honorable Chairperson, attend to that one? And then, Chair, now as I'm wrapping up, I'm requesting next time, Chair, let us not lie under oath to the South Africans in promising them something that we will never achieve. This thing of that we're going to achieve the 2 million job, looking at the plans that are in place, it tells you clearly we cannot achieve that number. Can't we do the proper strategies of achieving that number and involving all the department with the potential of achieving this? For an example, we have got the Department of Minerals, that it got minerals that we can check how best can we assist in opening places whereby the employment can be, because the jobs, we don't want to tick boxes with creating employment. The 24 months employment, that is not employment. At least we need to have the targeted number, that a minimum of 5 years, someone can achieve something, not 24 months period. That is a temporary job. But a 5-year, someone can be able to achieve something. Let's have that kind of an arrangement that if we are saying we have created an employment, it should be not less than 5 years. Then that one is employment creation, not the 24 months, not the EPWP, that we don't call them that employment. Because employment, it should be not less than a minimum wage, and also the period, it shouldn't be less than 5 years. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Slepe. Honorable Zungula, you can now proceed. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself, the honorable members, and the DM and the entire department. Chair, let me focus on a singular issue, which is the issue of the high unemployment and how, in my view, the department is failing or having a missed opportunity to reduce unemployment in our country. Firstly, Chair, I think the language needs to change because the language speaks to the people that are not economically active. It does not speak to the expanded definition of unemployment. In my view, Chair, that is basically undermining or gaslighting the other South African citizens who've given up on looking for work. And sometimes it may appear as if this language is there to make the problem look smaller or look much better than the crisis that we're facing. So I think if the language from the department, when it's speaking about unemployment, it must always refer to the expanded definition of unemployment, because we have got a crisis of unemployment which must not be sanitized. It must not be made to look any better because it is a crisis. This is not numbers. It is not percentages. It is actual people, citizens of this country who are dependent on the government to actually do their work and improve their lives, especially this department, by creating employment and employment opportunities for the multitudes of South African citizens. So the crisis here, Chair, whilst the department can make whatever plans, again, make whatever estimates about creating 2 million jobs and all of these stimulus packages to create jobs and all of those things. But if the real elephant in the room is not addressed, none of those interventions will make any difference when it comes to practically on the ground and in reality. The question of having people coming outside of the country who are being employed in South Africa at the expense of sidelining South African citizens, that is the root cause of the challenges that we are sitting here having to discuss the presentations by the department. And I want to put it to you, Chair, and the department, that if the department were to do their work and enforce the labor laws and ensure that all companies are compliant with our laws in respect of the employment of non-South Africans in the workplaces, the unemployment levels that we see in our country would be drastically reduced. And I want to argue as well, a 10% unemployment rate is much better than 15% unemployment rate. A 20% unemployment rate is much better than a 25% unemployment rate. So the argument to say if the labor laws were to be fully applied, it would not make the unemployment rate to be zero. Yes, that might be true, but the argument I'm advancing is that if you are talking about the current problem of having over 40% of our country population, people want to work, but they cannot work because of such issues. If that were to be reduced from over the 40% expanded definition of unemployment to 35%, that is an improvement, and it's an improvement that we should welcome. So the first question that maybe we need to ask, does the department ever or have any form of estimate of the workers who are employed in the country without having the necessary documentation, visas, they're illegal in the country? And having said that, if the department has got such a view, are they able to advise if all of those workers were to be replaced with South African citizens, by how much would the unemployment rate be reduced by? That is the first question. Because Chair, the reason why I'm advancing this question, it is because we do not have a culture and environment of law enforcement in our country, especially when it comes to this particular problem. We went to Northwest, and when you go to Northwest, almost all of, in fact, all of the few companies that we went to, they were basically not compliant. That speaks to the weakened division of the inspectorate within the department, where thereby the inspectorate is not really well capacitated in terms of resources. They are not well trained, and there is no focus or priority to say the department will focus on the inspectorate to make sure that there is a plan to ensure all companies that are operational in our country are operating in compliance with our laws. So that is the crux of the problem. The second one is that there are industries, Chairperson, where you know that these industries are exclusively for non-South African citizens. Construction industry, we saw what happened in George, where many people died, and when there were interviews on the workers there, you find that people who, without the necessary skills, were employed to take part in the construction there. That is why there was that particular crisis which led to the death of many people. You go to the hospitality industry, it is the same thing. Go to the digital delivery companies. It is very rare to find a Mac Delivery, Mr. Delivery, Uber Eats, Take a Lot. Any driver there, it is very rare to find a South African that is working there. And that is at the backdrop, Chair, of having over 40% of people in our, over 40% of people in our country without work. But still, there are companies that or there are industries that are exclusively employing foreigners and sidelining South Africans. And the department is silent about that. The department does not seem to be having any form of appetite to address this particular problem. Also, there's a problem of these critical skills list, which will list skills that we know for a fact that South Africans have those skills and have those skills in abundance, but they'll be there in those critical skills list with a view of attracting foreigners to work in South Africa, and again, further making the problem of unemployment to be what it is in our country. We also saw, Chair, how even the Minister of Home Affairs granted a visa for a gardener to work in our country. Again, it may seem as if it is one appointment for a gardener, but if you look at the broader scheme of things, it is a job that could have gone to a South African, and it is further entrenching the issue of companies sidelining South Africans for work opportunities in favor of foreigners. Therefore, it does appear, Chairperson, that unemployment in our country is something that is deliberate and it is systematic to ensure that Black South Africans remain poor and dependent on the state. And it is very saddening how the department is not seen we do not have confidence that the department is advancing the cause of Black South Africans, because it is predominantly Black South Africans who are sidelined in all of these companies in favor of other people coming from other countries. Yet we've got Black leaders. Even the department, the majority are Black South Africans. The ministries are Black people, but still they do not have the conscience to sympathize with fellow Black South Africans who are being replaced and sidelined in their own country. Now, straightforward questions, Chair. In conclusion, what is the plan for the department to deal with the digital companies who aren't compliant with our laws? I made mention of Uber, Mr. Delivery, Take a Lot, and all of those digital companies where you know for a fact that it is rare to find a South African being employed there. What is the plan of the department to ensure all of those companies are operating in a manner that is compliant with our laws? The second one, is there any form of a study or research to find the extent of the employment of foreigners who are illegal in the country, do not possess the necessary visas to work in our country, and how, if they were to be replaced, the unemployment levels would be changed? That is the second question. The third question, how is the department working closely with Home Affairs to ensure that the Home Affairs does not keep on increasing the unemployment levels in our country by granting visas to foreigners for skills that we have in our country? Because I want to put it out there very clearly. The minute the Home Affairs grants a visa to a foreigner to do work in our country, whereas there is a South African who can do that work, that should be seen as the Home Affairs practically increasing the unemployment in our country. It is nothing else. The last question, does the department have adequate inspectors that are well capacitated and resourced? And does it also have a unit to investigate the inspectors, whether they are involved in any form of corruption or bribery? Because when we went to one of the, I think it's the first farm that we went to, one of the statements that was made by the workers there was that they went, there was an inspector that came there and they spoke about all of those issues that they are facing. However, it does appear that some of these inspectors, they are bribed to turn a blind eye on the violations that are done by the respective companies. So the department needs to answer a question of Ukuba, does it ever investigate their inspectors, whether they are bribed, and has there any an inspector or any employee of the department ever been found guilty by any internal investigation by the department found guilty of being of accepting bribes? So that is the last question. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nontsele.
Thank you, Chair. I will just show my face. I hope you see it. But I will switch it off.
Can see you and can hear you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me appreciate the presentation as has been made, and let me greet you also, and greet honorable members, and greet the executive led by the Deputy Minister. Let me also acknowledge that in the overall presentations from our side as members, I think the common view that talks to the issue of benchmarking needs to be flagged, and maybe from your side give guidance as to how, for instance, it can be taken, because it seems to be a shared view across, so that we are able to traverse the route that is of unbundling the two entities in a much more proper way, and ensure that the appropriate structures of accountability are put in place well in advance, so that we do not, in fact, share the experiences that some of our entities have gone through. And that's the first point, Honorable Chair. The second point, Honorable Chair, relates to the question that is of the strat plan. With regard to the strat plan, in appreciating of the strat plan, there is an issue here that talk about on page, I think, slide 39, on digital transformation. As we would understand that technological transformation is in fact the key component of digitization. So meaning that the department would need to also to take us into confidence with regard to how it deals with the outstanding questions, particularly those that arose as a result of the audit opinion that is from the Office of the Auditor General regarding the current systems that the department is engaging on. Are we making progress in that area, or does it mean that there are new interventions? This approach talks to new interventions, or we are still sitting with the old challenges? The third point, Chair, that I want to raise is with regard to the points raised again or on the strat plan. And that is with regard to the criteria. What criteria will be used to measure the success of the proposed 25 high-level partnership agreements with key role players in facilitating the employment creation? And furthermore, how will the government ensure that these partnerships lead to tangible outcomes rather than nominal commitments? And what are the mechanisms in place to evaluate their impact on job creation? The last point on the strategic plan would be considering that the ongoing challenge of approximately 1 million new job seekers entering the labor market annually. How does the proposed job creation target align with the demographics trends? What strategies are in place to address the potential mismatch between job creation efforts and the increasing number of job seekers, particularly during the stagnant economy where growth may not sustain such targets? The last point, Chair, is would be with regard to the submission on the SEE. I think we appreciate the effort that has been made, particularly with regard to ensuring that the entity is in fact more operational, and the efforts to make it liquid. That is with regard to projected incomes and profit making. But however, I think we need to furthermore make effort to ensure that it is in fact self-sustaining, and it is also able to respond to the projected job creations or targets, that is in terms of its APP presented by the presenter earlier on. The question then, therefore, Chair, would be, given the projected budget deficit of 21.3 million, what specific strategies will the SEE implement to bridge this financial gap and ensure that operational goals are met without compromising employment opportunities for persons with disabilities? The last point would be on revenue generation. On revenue generation, the plan includes a target of 10% annual increase on sales revenue from goods and services. What measures will be taken to enhance sales and marketing efforts, and how will SEE ensure effective execution of these measures to achieve the revenue goals? Those are that was my last question, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Ansel. Honorable Mbele, we are the last. Honorable Mbele, if you can unmute and proceed.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm sorry, Manish. The old age is catching up with me. Actually, it has caught up with me. I was trying to operate this thing. Without wasting any time, Chairperson, let me greet first the Chairperson of the portfolio, and greet the Deputy Minister and greet all the members of the Parliament, and greet all the senior and junior officials that we have here in the midst. Chairperson, you know, sometimes I always wonder, why do we have to grapple so much when we have so many minerals in South Africa that are creating jobs in other countries, actually decent job for that matter, where we say we would want to go to other countries and do the benchmarking. But those people, they are really creating, they are benefiting in terms of our jobs. Why can't we say, when we talk about the issues of the foreign nationals that are taking our job, why can't we deal with the source at some stage? But that one, it's a challenge that I'm challenging the Deputy Minister. And thank you, Deputy Minister, for being here and always here, actually, in our meetings, because that is, we need to say the good things where, in a case where they are done. So I want to thank you on that one. First of all, Chairperson, I have a concern. First of all, let me talk about the issues of the SMMEs that the Deputy Minister has highlighted in terms of the self-creation employment. Yeah, I on that one, I do agree with you. But at the same time, we need to monitor how that thing it is implemented, because as far as I'm concerned, it seems like it's not taken seriously, because I believe that if we really empower those people with training and also with the finances as well, to make sure that they can create employment. Remember, when you calculate the job of the SMMEs, you are also calculating the very same people that are owning those small companies. I always make an example of the informal traders. So those people are creating jobs for themselves and also for the community at large. So that one, I just hope that it will be implemented accordingly, and it's also going to be transparent to everybody. Because my concern is going to take me to the issues of the other issue before I go to the other one. I hope in terms of the recovery of those funds that have been, those cases where the monies were frauded, especially from the UIF, we will have, because we've been asking for that, we will see sinikezwe list of those cases and how far are they and all that stuff. And then even in terms of whether we have to spend a lot of money in terms of those litigations and everything and all that stuff. And then what are the best solutions? What are the quickest way of recovering those monies? So we would like in future to really have the list of the monies that have been recovered. How much were they? How much did we lose? And how much did we spend in terms of those cases? Yeah, that is another issue. And then now I have a question, Chairperson. You see, when we talk about the issues of creation, I'm sorry, I'm going to raise the very same issue. When we talk about the job creation, and then you've got a target of 2,000, I need our department to be very clear on that one. Number one, the very same companies that we have appointed to make sure that they are the drivers of this creation of this employment, especially with the youth. You did not do your due diligence. Yeah, I hope it's a good English. You did not do it, because as far as I'm concerned, that was very critical, because if you want to succeed in making sure that these jobs are really created, you would be having a plan, number one. How are you going to do it? Because even the plan is not clear for me. Number two, when you have started your plan, then if there's this issue of having the second person to drive the creation of these jobs, you are supposed to do your due diligence. I will make an example. There's a company that was found submitted the fraudulent papers of UIF, of our department for that matter. That company was given 163 million tender from the Department of Forestry, Fishery and Environment. It was investigated. I think that one, it was added in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. It was investigated and it was found guilty, and they got that fraudulent report verification from our own department. And then the report was issued in 2023 that confirms the fraudulent document. I'm not talking about things of 1991. I'm talking about fresh things that are still there in the system. But the very same company is trusted with millions of money from our own department now, in terms of the lab, to implement the, what you call, this thing, this lab program. Not only that one, we are still busy trying to find out, because the department is not doing its job. So now we've decided that NATI, as the members of the portfolio, let us do our due diligence from all these companies that have been given so much money. And we are talking about some other companies that are there that do not even have a capacity to can even absorb those, what you call, those beneficiaries. And at the same time, when you are still at that, I would want to understand, Uguti, and again, have you, because according to your plan, is that this fee will be placed in other for job for the permanent job in the private sectors and everything. But if you have a commitment, have you signed an MOU or MOA? Let me just say MOA. That confirms that Mina, as a company S, I commit Uguti, and I will take this certain number to the training, training. Do we have those things that are assuring us that these 2 million jobs will really be created? We have signed those MOAs and so forth. Now, again, I'm asking myself that if you are saying we are really serious about taking those people, how are we going to do it? When you are still having some foreigners that are employed, we've been making a noise about this thing. And what is worse is that our laws, they also protect the very same foreigners, because they say they are employees at the end of the day, so they must also be protected. How do you do that? You said that this person is illegal, but in your law, you also include the protection of that person, that the person must not be abused or whatsoever in terms of the salary scale. So how do you do that? You see what I'm saying? And then now, at the end of the day, that is why I always say, when it comes to the issue of the other issue that is critical, we are saying we need to reduce the cost of living. Come on. We have just hiked the bed now. How are we?
Can you get closer to the mic, Honorable Mbele?
Okay. How is mine now?
Because unless it's on my side, but you're just fading.
Or am I thinking? How
Can't hear at all, sir.
Yes, that's why I'm saying. Honorable Mbele.
Hello?
Yeah, you are really fading away. We heard I think the better part of what you raised initially, but your voice is now fading as you conclude. So can't hear you.
Oh my God. How is it now?
Better if you can keep it there.
Okay. All right, Chairperson, the other thing that I think is a challenge, if we are saying we are reducing, we need to reduce the cost of living, yes, by taking employment and so forth and so forth. But on the other hand, we've got an issue of a VAT that is hiking. Because as far as I'm concerned, if we're serious about the reducing of the poverty in South Africa, we should start by the ordinary people, because those are the people that are going to be affected by the very same VAT. Those other producers and everybody, your retail shops, they're not going to be affected because they are collecting the VAT on behalf of SARS. But the people that do not collect VAT anyway, who are the end users of those products, are really killed, because now they are going. It's so contradiction. It's got a lot of contradiction on it. I don't know how you are going to do that, to be honest. And then, as I'm going to end, the other thing that I'm going to ask is the increase of the minimum wage. I applaud it, but I want to check how is it going to be done, and especially in terms of the sector. I always raise the issues of the public servants, your nurses, your teachers, your police, and your soldiers and all that stuff. I always raise those issues and have opinions in terms of their salary scale, to be honest. I've got my reasons. And which takes me to the issue of the strategic planning. Mina, as a portfolio committee, ngibona ngathi thina we are just like iskopa. Siya investigate nje, siyabuza ama-questions, but we have never been taken into a strategic session where we are also involved in terms of shaping how these things should be done, even including the budget for that matter. But it will just come to us as a report, and you must have questions, you must have clarities, you must have inputs that are not going anywhere. But in the starting point where this thing is, the strategic planning, it's done, we are not involved. So I don't understand what was the logic behind that. It's a problem. The last question, Chairperson, that I would like to ask: when are we going to get the budget implementation plan? I'm raising this question because this thing of the budget will be spent, and then we have our quarterly report that this is, but we have never been, it has never been presented to us that now we are done with the budget. Now we are giving you the implementation plan of the budget. This is how the budget is going to be implemented. You understand? So that when we do the monitoring of that budget, we are able to raise the concerns that we know, that we have been told. Not to wait for the reports that are going to come to us, 10 of them. And on the other hand, we've got other work that we are doing in the parliament. But now we are expected to go through those reports and everything. Other things we don't even understand. And when we come to the meeting, we don't have enough time to discuss them. So, Chairperson, when are they going to give us this so that we can monitor? And then the what you call the last one is the labor centers. Yo, hayi ngiyabona nizibhalile shame, zikhona yabona zi-right, zi-nice, but ngifuna ukwazi njengoba nizibhalile, I know we're in Northwest, most of the labor centers are closed. What is the strategy? How are we going to deal? Because we need an urgent solution on that one. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Rook, see your hand is up.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, I can't put on my camera. It's cold and wet in Joburg, so I'm still in my PJs. Chairperson, through you, there's a few concerns that that's bothering me a little bit. First of all, thank you to all my colleagues. They've said everything I would have said. My problem is we need to ask straight questions and get straight answers from the ministers. First, do we have our foreign nationals? We know about that. We've asked the question and we get the runaround all around that. And how are we going to do this small businesses, and how are we going to create more jobs for the small businesses and street vendors if the foreign nationals is already taken over there? Then we have our education. We have substandard education in South Africa, which is a problem. Reason being, come November, couple of thousand matriculants will matriculate, and they were still sitting without jobs. So how are we going to get these children into jobs if there is no what do you call this thing? There's no programs for them and get them ready for the job market. So we're sitting with this million jobs or 3 million jobs that is been looking at. That's the vision of the department. We're still going to sit with million children without jobs, and not even just the youth. We have over 30s, over 35s that will still sit without jobs. So this is not adding up. To me, it doesn't add up. We have the question for me is the next question will be they're talking about reducing poverty. How are they going to do that? We need straight answers. How is that going to happen? Because looking at poverty in our rural areas, there's a granny with 7, 8, 9 children that she's trying to look after with a measly pension. Some of them don't even get the pension because they're not registered. They don't have IDs, so they can't claim the pensions and things. How is the department going to eradicate the poverty in these areas? My last question would be to the minister. The minister is there another way where they can bring in the SARS and all those entities to go to these companies and make sure that they get the foreign nationals out of the jobs and putting South Africans in the jobs? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rock. Thank you, honorable members, for the questions asked and inputs made. I will now, Deputy Minister, you would direct whether you really want to make only the conclusion at the end and allow questions to be answered, or you would want to lay the foundation again on your side. But it's time then to respond.
All right.
Give you the opportunity to do so.
Okay, thank you so much.
And ask for patience as the responses are made so that we are able to note properly, honorable members. Honorable Deputy Minister.
All right, thank you so much. I think I want to align myself with the procedure that you usually do, Chairperson, of allowing the department officials to answer all the questions and so forth, and you still take follow-up. Where members are not sufficiently covered, then at the end, you can then give it to me for me to sum up some of the pertinent issues. There are issues, I think, that are raised that are related to the executive. I've noted them from honorable members. Chair, through yourself, we can give over, meaning I'm handing over yourself, the acting DG, to yourself so that then she can facilitate you take back a chairperson for those follow-up. Then I can come back afterwards. Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much, DM, and through you, Chair. In terms of directing the questions to the colleagues, I think in the main, most of the questions are related to PES that is being led by Mr. Mukhototo. So he can actually deal with them, especially around the issues of the jobs at lab and the budget thereof, etc. So he's noted all the questions, so he'll respond to those. And around the issues of labor policy, foreign migrants, and what the department what is doing in terms of those, I will leave it to DDG Mkalipi to deal with those issues. He's noted all of them, so can you please respond to those? And then on the issues of the construction at George, and also in terms of the number of inspectors, are they adequate, and the investigation under those, I'll request DDG NG to respond to those, and can they please respond comprehensively to the issues that have been raised on the stat plan and the digital transformation, and the audit opinion addressing those in that order. DDG Bahumi must respond to that, as well as the issues around corruption, the investigations that the department is undertaking, and how many of those have been secured. So I'll hand over to her to respond comprehensively on the SEE. Lastly, the CEO will take over those. So can we start with in that order to respond to the issues that have been raised by the committee members, and really appreciate those questions. And then in that order, can you ask the DDGs to respond comprehensively? With that being said, can we start with you, DDG Sam, addressing all the issues that have been raised by the honorable members? Thank you. Sam, you've got the platform through you.
No, thank you very much, DG, and thank you very much to honorable members for the questions. I'll start with the questions by Honorable Maetso around the 3.8 million jobs on the financial modeling that has been done. What I can say, Honorable Maetso, is that Treasury, ourselves, and the Presidency has been reviewing the amount of money that is spent on this PEP programs, that is public employment programs, including in other areas such as social services, your education, health, social grants, etc. And we are quite worried that we're spending a lot of money in those areas. Now, one of the resolutions that we have reached after assessment of those programs was that some of them, obviously, those that are not working, we may have to do away with them. We may have to accelerate and shift resources to others that are working well. You may have seen in the COCTA, they've looked at the question of the plus 55 to remove those or to stop providing assistance in that area, though there's been a backlash around that. But even within public works, they've reviewed some of the programs to make sure that municipalities make sure that people who participate in those areas work and also the incomes are improved. The criteria around the high level agreements, let me say, Honorable Maetso, this is work that is still currently in progress. There are departments that are working with DEL, namely higher education, small business development, the DTIC, and working with business. We are currently developing the frameworks, and as and when we are ready and we have reported to the President, we will then make pronouncement on those areas. There were questions from Honorable Mkweli. I will deal with the issues that relate to the question of monitoring movement of youth from different provinces. Honorable Mukwele, you may be aware that we have got an ESA system that is linked to the Home Affairs in terms of a number of things, including the education system, the South African Qualifications Authority. Through the system, we know exactly where the people are. Even when they are to get employment, you are able to track, even though they moved from one province to the other. Our laws, as you may know, do not necessarily restrict people to remain in one province in their country of birth. They are able to move freely, and we are able to track the movement of people using the ESA system, and we are able to produce that information even where they are placed, including the sectors in which they are placed. Honorable Slepe, on the questions around the own buildings, maybe, and that the CFO can respond to that. Safe to say that the majority of buildings we have are leased, and we even those that we have belong to the public works. But as part of job creation, the point is taken. But buildings that we have are owned by the public works, and except those that are under the UIF that the PIC builds on their behalf. The 2 million job opportunities. Yes, I think you mentioned a number of things, but let me be specific on the budget for the lab for this year. The figure that I know, even though the UIF is still going to come and confirm, we are working with them, is 10 billion rand for the 25-26 financial year. There are figures for that were allocated towards projects that were identified in the previous year that are continuing to be implemented to this day. And beyond that, we work with 17 other departments, and we have sight of their interventions. We are part of the cluster, the employment the economic infrastructure and employment cluster that has got 17 departments, and each one of them has indicated what is it that we are going to do in the next 5 years. Let me also raise an issue that has been very prevalent within the labor market, something which the ILO this year at the conference is going to deal with, and that has to do with the changing nature of work. I'm sure honorable member will remember the period before when COVID hit us, and how technology has drastically changed the way industry works, the artificial intelligence, and how across the world and even in the G20, we're struggling around what measures do we put in place to make sure that despite the introduction of AI, which is very important to improve our processes, we are also able to make sure that we retain jobs. That discussion is not only confined to South Africa, even trade unions are affected as more and more members are losing jobs. But we have seen new jobs in this area also emerging, which requires the reskilling of those workers. Honorable Zungula raises a number of interventions or issues around the expanded definition, and he then raises a number of matters relating to foreign nationals. Now, for your information, Honorable Zungula, I don't think the department has been silent on that issue. Since 2017, we have been besieged with that issue, working with Home Affairs, especially the issue of foreign national. This issue is also at a level of discussion within the SADC and even at the AU level. And part of the issue has to deal with or to do with countries in the regions coming up with labor migration. One of the biggest triggers of migration is economic migrants who leave their country in search of employment. We know climate changes and other factors such as war and so on. Now, the biggest one is economic migrants. And in the whole of Africa, we agree with you, South Africa has been the receiver of migrants more than any country in Africa. And the issue was, how do we respond? Which is why we have been working on a national labor migration policy and the Employment Services Amendment Bill that is going to come before you. It proposes 4 things. One has to do with the issue that we are raising around ways and means that we can use to measure the number of migrants working in the country, because no one has that information. Current figures estimates 3 million. That is the official Stats SA figures. However, as for the number of irregular migrants, no one has got that information in the country. The other issue has to deal with the governance and administration processes that we must have. The third area has to deal with the way you manage migrant or foreign nationals coming to work in the country, and the fourth area has to deal with the management of South Africans who are intending to work in other countries. Now, that work went through lengthy consultation processes, negotiations at NEDLEC, and once we have finalized the cabinet process, it should come to yourselves to deal with the legislative path that we are proposing. And let me also, for your comfort, indicate that issues around the 60-60 take a lot, master delivery and so on. We have engaged those companies. They acknowledge that as part of their patriotism, they need to correct the situation. And some of the permits that they received are expiring, and they are working very closely with us to deal with the perceptions that South Africans were not keen to take on those jobs. And in the Western Cape, you would have seen with the introduction of less emission delivery vehicles like bicycles that are charged. Only South Africans are taking over those employment, and 60-60 is drastically reducing their intake. The same with Take a Lot, because they realized that their actions were not patriotic, and they are receiving a lot of complaints from customers with those nationals. And obviously, countries in the neighborhood are keen to renegotiate bilateral agreements with ourselves so that we can have balanced agreements, because in their countries, some of them have laws that protect even lowest levels of jobs. And we have raised those issues at the level of SADC, and even at the AU, there is keen interest to ensure harmony within the region and laws that are balanced. Whether we are working with Home Affairs, the answer is yes. We have been working with them on the review of the Immigration Act, the Citizenship Act, and the Refugees Act. As you may be aware that a lot of judgments in those areas impacted on the work that we are doing. And I think Ms. Mulwa will cover the question of inspectorate, but one of the shortcomings we have has been the issue that our legislation did not provide sufficient tools for our inspectorate to discharge their functions. Hence, the amendment that is being proposed to the Act to try and make sure that we provide the necessary teeth to our inspectors. Honorable Nontsele, on the I won't touch the benchmarking, but the critical questions that you raise, Honorable Nontsele, on the 1 million jobs. Yes, the choice of 1 million was a difficult one. We know that the population growth is quite high and it does not align with the demographics. But given the resources that we have, we had to make choices and stick to that number. And I can rest assure you that the question of prioritization in terms of scarce and critical skills is not only being done by us. A lot of partners that we're working with, be it in the primary schooling, the higher education, career advice, NSFAS bursary allocations, the career counseling, PEP programs, etc. We are trying to make sure that people move away from programs that are not leading to exit strategies that lead people to employment. And the scarce and critical skills list that was produced, apart from bringing in or meant Honorable Zungula foreign nationals, it is also being used to redirect local institutions to be much more focused so that we ensure that graduates of those programs find employment at the end. Honorable Mbele, I think the question of foreign nationals, I've covered that. The question of SMMEs, UIF will talk more about this, but as part of the partnerships and that we are having, which I referred to, which the minister is chairing, there is a lot of work that we are doing with both the DTIC and the small business to look at the regulatory, the licensing, and so on, because we believe that that sector has got potential in terms of creating a lot of employment and absorbing a lot of people that can really take advantage of those areas. The job creation target of 2 million and the companies that you may have mentioned, that you mentioned on LAP, maybe if we get that information, it will assist us because I know that when I held fort, I know of the due diligence exercise that were conducted, but the specific company that you are referring to that was picked up at the forestry and fisheries, maybe if we can get more information, we'll then also look at the information they provided to LAP and see whether the findings in the earlier process can endanger the current PES contract. And by the way, it's not the first time. When information of this nature is brought to us, we do review and we do go back to the company. And there are instances of companies that we have decided to institute forensic investigation and held back the contract. So that information will assist us. Questions of national minimum wage, Ntate Mkhaliphi will cover that. I think the last one from Honorable Felicity let me indicate that from the Dell side, insofar as children in the schooling system, though we don't have jurisdiction in the area, the Department of Basic Education has invited our career counselors to run programs that expose children in the schooling system to the world of work. Hence, when we do job fairs, we do create a special day wherein we would have invited companies to come and talk to young people. During the June school holidays, we'll be launching the Jobs World, which we are running in partnership with EU and a number of local companies, where young people during school holidays will come and see simulations that begins to show them the exact nature of the world of work, including the changes that are imminent, so that as they choose their studies and they are aware of the kind of that are happening in those areas.
Lost him. We get the next person to respond. Seems we've lost him. Can we get another person to respond in the meantime to maximize the time? We are looking at cutting off by 10 to.
May I come in, Chair?
CFO, I see your hand.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Chair. The response that I'm going to give is around office accommodation, particularly Northwest, as has been mentioned by honorable members. I think my colleague Sam Morotoba has indicated the involvement of public works in the acquisition of office accommodation. They are doing so mandated by GIAMA, Government Immovable Asset Management Act, which I think as public works, they are the owners of all the excuse me, immovable assets in government. So we request the accommodation to them. It is unfortunate that in the portfolio that we have at the Department of Labor, leasing is bigger than government-owned buildings. They are trying to provide us with government buildings, but the process, probably, I think when they allocate accommodation, they first look at the government property that they have in the vicinity that you are requesting. In the absence of government property in that vicinity, they then went on tender to source accommodation. It is unfortunate that I think that's where the leasing portfolio is more than government-owned buildings. In Northwest, in particular, we've got Rustenburg, which they built, and they recently completed an office in Taung. Unfortunately, the government building in Clerston was flooded a year ago, and they are still trying to get the accommodation for that. They have, in our last engagement a few weeks ago or a month ago, proposed that they are getting into the build, operate, and transfer model, in which they're gonna go out on tender to request service providers to provide or to build accommodation for government, operate it for a certain period to recover their money, and at a certain period transfer that asset back to government. I do favor this model because I think it will somehow address the government-owned buildings in the long run. Instead of maybe the leasing that we have been having, where at the end of the lease, you leave the building to the owner. At least with the BOT model, the asset is going to be transferred to government. But that model is still at a boardroom I'm still yet to have a meeting with them to then look into the whole lease portfolio and then prioritize the buildings that we can test on the BOT model throughout the portfolio of the Department of Labor. Thank you.
Now you can come in, yes.
Thank you, Chair. It's Egimulwa. I'll be talking on issues of the inspectorate. Just in terms of the question that was raised by Honorable Maejo, I do want to give assurance that the targets that we've set for ourselves, we are going to be able to achieve. Chairperson, when we set targets, we look at the resources that we have. Our resources will include human, as well as material and financial. So we'll be able to achieve that. And I do want to also emphasize that besides that, we do have partnerships that we leverage on. Just to give you an example, in some of our the events that we've held, like conferences and seminars, we do pull in stakeholders that assist us, both internal as well as external stakeholders that bring resources in that regard. With regards to what was raised by Honorable Silepe, we are going to be following up on the Northwest matter, where it is said that contracts were amended post the inspections that were led by parliamentarians. So we will conduct an inspection and will provide feedback through the right channels. And just to add to what Mr. Mrotoba has said, with regards to issues that were raised by Honorable Zungula, yes, I agree that with regards to challenges that we have, the employment of foreign nationals, we do have our job cut out as a department and as a country. Indeed, we do have challenges regarding the employment and preferences of foreign nationals, some of which are undocumented. And these themes seem to be prevalent in some sectors more than the others. How we are involved from an operational point of view, because Mr. Mrotoba came in at a policy level. A chairperson, we've adopted a model of a high impact blitz inspections. In a nutshell, what that means is that when you conduct inspections of that nature, there'll be joint inspections. So we'll have the South African Police Services, will have the presence of Home Affairs, SARS in other instances, and even the fire inspectors from a local level. So we do bring in local municipal enforcers as well. And just to give you some sectors that we've recently blitzed, as recent as I'm talking about the past, the latter part of the past financial year. We've had high impact blitz in wholesale and retail, the hospitality sector, agriculture, as well as retail and textile. That is where we've seen that there is indeed a prevalence of foreign nationals that are employed there, and the flouting of our labor laws. Whether our inspectors, I mean, there was an issue that was raised by Honorable Zungula regarding the capacity of our inspectors. The capacity of our inspectors in terms of their capability is not in doubt, it's not in question. Our inspectors are highly qualified. They possess degrees. Our OHS inspectors, a fair number, are engineers. They are exposed to functional and technical training, to mentoring and coaching. But inadequacy in terms of numbers, yes, one might concede that we do not have enough inspectors. There was also a matter of the issue of bribes and whether there are known cases where we've dealt with those. At this current moment, I'm aware of 2 cases, one in the Free State and one in the Eastern Cape, of alleged bribery. And it is done through the work, the programs within corporate services, the ethics program, as well as the risk program. So we do have instances where some of these allegations would actually be true. However, these are like very small numbers. Those that I know of personally are actually less than 5, where it was proven that there was bribes that were taken. And then on the issue of digital platforms and the how we enforce compliance, it's not an easy space to enforce compliance due to various dynamics. As a matter of fact, you've got a case law that involved an Uber worker that was ruled that it may not be handled through our laws because the issue of the employer was quite hazy. So where our laws come in and function effectively is where we can prove a relationship between an employer and employee, not own account workers as described by the ILO or self-employed people, in the language that we would know. So, but where we can prove that there is indeed a relationship of an employer-employee, then we are able to come in and enforce our laws. That will take care of the inspectorate-related questions. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, can I come in and respond to the corporate services questions, please?
Please do.
All right, thank you so much. Just to add on what Inspector General has mentioned on the corruption, I think the Honorable Maezo asked the question on corruption. Yes, Egi covered that, but also just to demonstrate that as a department, we do have mechanisms where we set up processes to ensure that corruption by any official for that matter. I'll give an example of client service officers who are also prone to bribery and corruption. We've got the recent cases. Yes, we haven't had cases in the recent past by IES inspectors, but we had cases by CSOs that were involved in a bribery and corruption case, and they were all dismissed. And after dismissing, they tried to appeal, and their appeal was unsuccessful. That was one case. And what we do within the department, within risk management, as Eki said, we've got a whistleblowing process where an anonymous caller can tip off the risk management unit or the ethics unit to tell them about some of the allegations, and some truly might be true, others might be false whistleblowing. And then on the, maybe just to add also on the capacity within IES, currently we've got positions that we need to fill that are funded, and this has been uncovered recently that we can now go ahead and fill positions within IES to beef up the capacity of the inspectorate. We've got 166 positions that will be filled within this financial year, which were vacant for some time, and it was due to the moratorium that we experienced last year. And one of the key positions that I may mention is the Provincial Chief Inspector of Limpopo, and the other position that is key is the Provincial Chief Inspector. No, it's not KZN. KZN is a CDPO. Sorry about that. Now, the other question that was asked by Honorable Nonsele was on the digital transformation and how we're dealing with this. The main question was, have we addressed the issues of the Auditor General that were raised? We've got a material irregularity that I think we are all aware of, which was raised by the Auditor General in 2023. And we've been addressing this through a forensic investigation. The forensic auditors have concluded the process. It took a bit of time because there were interviews that were held with different people. Some of the people that were interviewed are no longer in the department. Some of them have left the department. Some of them were already outside government itself. And what has happened is that the report of the forensic auditors is complete. We actually discussed it with the previous acting DG, the then acting DG, before Ms. Jackie came in. Now it means because we did not carry it through and complete it with the former DG, acting DG, we'll have to take Ms. Mudisani on board and take her through the report and then get her to sign the report. And then from there, we will implement the recommendations that were made on the report, which are to do with corrective actions and consequence management. I think those are the two questions for corporate services. Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Can I deal with the one question on the minimum wage? Not question, a comment on the national minimum wage, Chair?
Yes, proceed, Mr. Mkalipi.
Honorable Mbele commended the department for the improvement on the national minimum wage, but raised concerns about the non-payment of the national minimum wage for nurses. In our understanding, almost all nurses who are employed by government and those who are employed by private sector earn above the national minimum wage. And we're not saying that the salary that they are earning is enough for the work that they are doing, but when you compare it to the national minimum wage, it's above what the national minimum wage stipulates. But if there are any specific cases that members know about of people in that category or in that profession who are earning below the national minimum wage, the inspectors are able to enforce that. And also maybe we need to also to indicate to members that in our country, we don't have only one national minimum wage. This issue is very important. We've got one national minimum wage that affects the general minimum wage, but we've got a national minimum wage for people who work for EPWP, which is lesser than the general minimum wage. And then we've got a national minimum wage for people who work under skills development, the learnerships. They've got a separate national minimum wage. Now, when we talk about the national minimum wage, we normally talk about the only one, the general minimum wage that is higher, but it does not affect all workers.
Yeah.
It does not affect all workers. That's the issue about the minimum wage. If there any of them nurses who are earning below it, the enforcement leg of our department should be able to enforce the national minimum wage at least. Thank you very much.
ADG, if there's anything to add on before we get to the Deputy Minister.
Chair, through you, I think there was a response that was required from the CEO of SEE. If that is in order, you can direct the chairperson if he can or not.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, DG. Yes, on the question that was actually asked by Honorable Maitso on the projected deficit and what strategic interventions we're putting in place, what we've realized is that the more customers we have that are directly buying from us, the more demand for production, which means the more demand for work that needs to be done by SE. But then what we've also established is that if we drastically improve customer experience by ensuring that we deliver to them on time, in full, and in quality, they themselves become ambassadors for SCE. So to improve customer experience, we are automating some critical business processes, such as quotations, delivery notes, and invoices, to improve every touch point where customers interact with us. And that's how we plan to increase customer acquisition and retention. We're also diversifying our customer base by attracting private sector customers to ensure we reduce the risk of just putting all our eggs in one basket. So the three contracts that I've alluded to the presentation, from Dell at 20 million, Western Cape Health at 36 million a year, and also the DPWI at 15 million, already assist in securing production for the next 3 years. So our plan is to sign 7 more MOUs for 2025-26, which precisely will ensure that we are guaranteed orders for the forthcoming years, as we plan to sign a total of 60 MOUs. So therefore, we believe having more customers will generate more demand for production, which will then create demand for people to actually produce those products. And that's how we employment opportunities or jobs are created. And on the other question of 1,000 persons with disabilities as a target and the specific recruitment that we're going to put in place there. So we work closely with the Department of Basic Education on the pathway of youth with disabilities from schools of skills, which would have exposed them to vocational skills. And they are brought to SE to get on-the-job training in real manufacturing environment. So we've also teamed up with FPNM CETA, which is Fiber Processing and Manufacturing CETA, who have committed about 9 million rand to train both SEE factory employees as well as unemployed youth from outside of SEE. And what is nice, just in conjunction, is that DPE has also given us green light through an MOU to refurbish school furniture in schools across the country. So we will give this responsibility to the newly trained young men and women who will run with this refurbishment project. And since both SCE and DPE have their data at their database, we'll be able to then track their progress and measure the success of the project thereof. And I think Mr. Nonsele also, Honorable Nonsele also mentioned the self-sustainability of SCE. Again, if we believe that if we maximize our customers on the database, then we'll be guaranteed production in the next 5 years, and we're doing precisely that. Hence we've set ourselves a target of 60, and then we'll make sure that those customers are serviced properly so that we can get return business, and that will make SSE self-sustainable by making sure that our reputation is precisely clean in terms of our own efforts of ensuring that customers are happy and making sure that making sure that we get orders so that our people can be engaged in productions, and that's how we'll actually create more employment in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Chair, through you, thank you very much. This was the responses from the department, and now I can hand over to yourselves. Thank you, Chair, through you.
Well, thank you. How does that, Deputy Minister, you tackle the questions that were more political? Just to remind, that includes the issue about the acting DG, the processes that are engaged now, and the release of the other, and so on. So that's the time for you to respond, and we'll wrap it up before we get to the other engagements at one. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me just start with that one that you just landed there. On the issue of the acting DG, I think Honorable Selepe was saying that was having a feeling of frustration there, that it might have meant that the former acting DG was not competent. That's why bringing another one. I think safe to say that the post was advertised, honorable members, and that was mentioned in the portfolio committee, and the post has since been, I think, has been closed. The advert has been closed last week already, and the formalization of the process, it is starting, and the DG came, the former DG, acting DG rather, his contract came to an end on the 30th of March, and it was agreed between the two parties, himself and the minister, that indeed he did not wish for his contract to be otherwise extended, if I may say so. And if you recall, then we had an acting DG, Mr. Morotoba, who also did very well to stay the ship up until there was the intervention where there's a need to get an interim DG, and the appointment, hence Mrs. Jakey, sorry, was then given to Department of Labor as it proceeds, seconded from presidency. So as we proceed with the process, that the minister will also be engaged with of getting the DG. And I hope that matter it's understood, honorable members. That's the first one. The second question, I think, was raised, I think, by the Honorable Zungula. There's a number of questions that you've raised, and for me, they are more political, matters that we need to ponder with as a country as we tackle this issue of our population. Also, we tackle the interests of foreign, our brothers and sisters, of foreign nationals that come into the country, moreover on issues, those ones that enter the country illegally, as to what is to be done, because this robs the country from taking advantage of the rather work that's supposed to be ordinarily occupied by South Africans. And, Honorable Zungula, I was also asking myself a question. I said, in the conversation, because we're public reps, we are duty bound towards our constituencies, which is the people we represent. And I asked myself that, as well as South Africans, our patriotism around this issue and contribution, what is it that we can do to lessen this issue as well of hiring people from outside the country? And I think Honorable, is it Felicity? It was written Felicity, I don't know if Honorable George, where she was also expressive about the frustration of having foreign nationals. And it made me also think about industries like your hospitality industries that are South African owned, for that matter, where they're more prevalent, whether it's in Cape Town, in those nice areas where it's quite posh and all of that. And usually you will see, foreign nationals that are doing those type of jobs in the hotels, in the industry where it's restaurants, that they're employed across the board and employed by South African companies. And I ask as well the questions that, what about companies that are still not South Africans that would also prefer to hire other nationals, same way you would have South Africans who would also go to other countries where they find themselves working in jobs that are not rare. I'm just mixing up that discussion so that when we have it, we need to be balanced around it. But I agree with yourselves. And as a ministry, we've been stressing this issue that we need to come closer to it. It cannot be that we sit at the highest rate of unemployment, especially for young people, be it graduates that we're having in this country, that they sit at home and they're doing nothing while there are jobs that can be occupied by them. And to deliver that issue, you would have situations where you'd have domestic workers. And I don't know about you, honorable members and others, be it in the middle class strata and other stratas that are able to afford, you find that they're having Basotho nationals, Mozambique, Zimbabwe nationals that are domestic workers inside our homes that we hire or they hire. I don't want us to speak as if it's them and us, so that we put ourselves in those shoes as well of South Africans that can be domestic workers and can also be a gardener, can be a butler, and all of those type of jobs. I'm just putting lenses around that we need a conversation as well as a society for everybody, all stratas involved, to also play a part when it comes to this matter. But I think DDG Murotoba did try and to assist around the legislative reforms that we're going to have. And let's acknowledge that the legislation that deals with issue of illegal employment of foreign nationals is not necessarily really illegal to employ foreign nationals, especially in relation to the critical and rare skills, which is the point I was deliberating on. That what's important is that the challenge is related to illegal employment of foreign nationals that are addressed through the Employment Services Act. This is Section 8, subsection 1, which requires that employers must prove that suitability qualified South Africans are available before hiring foreign workers. An employer must produce that work permit, of course, issued by Department of Home Affairs in line with the Migration Act. Section 9 of the Act further requires that the employer verify the legal status of foreign national that intend to hire. So you agree with me on that point, that there needs to be that conversation and make sure that across the board, even including those ones that are formalized, especially that they take care of this act and this legislation that is available. And you also, in the employment, labor, and migration policy as well, that we aim to bring to yourselves at some point, aims to achieve the balance really between population expectations and labor markets needs, further ensures protection of migrant workers and their families. It is also the balancing that we also need to strive to have. But as I said, Honorable Sungula, I hear your point, of which I do agree with yourselves that there needs to be a collaborated effort, as in when, how do we allocate and say, indeed, this is how many foreign nationals illegally in the country. I think DDG Morodoba responded to that. There is a team that is coming on and trying to find that one out. I don't want to punch in the stats that he spoke to, because the facts of it needs to prove. However, the Home Affairs, Statistics SA, and so forth should be able to assist. So we'll be looking closely so that we are able to put the grims of this matter once and for all. I think the issue of language, people not in the economic activity, I think I will leave it at that one. The matter of the chairperson around the issues of corruption, I think I wanted to respond to those because I think they're very important. Honorable Mbele, she raised a number of questions that I'm really happy with the question, more particular. Unfortunately, I can't help you right now about the minerals and the beneficiation, this critical mineral strategy. We're not in that field. I'm sure those questions need to be directed to the portfolio of minerals and petroleum resources for that response. But we hear the voice and the frustration that you feel that we should be able to assist the country through this. On the issue of informal traders, there need to be formalization of, informal sector, because informal sector does contribute to also the tax, whether it's a mother selling acha, or they're selling a magonya samo on the street, or they're having their own shoemaker that you find on the street that is not registered. They are also informal, so they need to be formalized. So there should be that discussion, but through our RLEC initiative, being part of that ILO, the discussion was there. Hence, now we are the chairperson of that RLEC, and this is where it's placed, where this discussion around formalization of the informal sector that is there. And I'm sure Minister, in time, she will then give us a response as those discussions are ensuing at that level. The cases of corruption, and you talk about money recovery cases that have been concluded, the court matters. I did ask that question, and I did have a bit of a scathing to around issues of compensation fund, the fraud and corruption that has happened. I'm told there's one case already in court involving 9 accused, amounting to 12 million. There are recovery that are preserved orders on issues of assets and bank accounts of the accused by the Asset for Future unit. The case will also be back in court on the 12th of May. There is no bail thus far. Accused is out of bail, rather. There are also 2 cases, I'm told, out of 5 ripe cases that are ready to go to arrest, going to court as well. The fund also is investigating the recovery project, collaborating with the banks and CF legal services, which thus far yielded positive results with the assistance of banks and major investigation. And the unit now, I'm told, has recovered just over 24 million from fraud and bank accounts during the course of February 2025. And these are other accounts under preservation orders. The money will be recovered. And in the conclusion of the cases by the Fusion Center, on the UIF has been allocated
Please mute, Honorable Mpele.
And I'm responding to her. The UIF has allocated 114 million over the 3 years period to assist the SMMEs, Honorable Mbele, to be competitive. It's quite important. They also have allocated that 2 billion to the IDC to assist with the SMMEs. So that is what has been done, and the closing, yeah, that's the point. Maybe let me get to the last point, Honorable Maneli, on issues, I think, on lab program. You know, honorable members, as I said, we are to be found within communities, and which is why, as well, to a department or to all departments in the work that we do as public reps, it's quite important. We are also emphasizing in the ministry that we should feel these interventions that we're speaking about when we put in money allocated to them. The issue of monitoring, evaluating, we welcome that, Honorable Slepe and Honorable Mbele, and on the, tracking and trying to get to the truth and how things are done. Of course, we would want to leave accounting officers and administration to more deal with these administrative matters, as much as we are responsible for the oversight of what is it that said it has been planned, this is what has been budgeted for, or rather money allocated to this program. It's indeed a program that will still go to 4 other provinces. Already it's a 2021, as we said, program, colleagues, that there was a target on that, how this program was structured, 333 that was supposed to be rather awarded, being companies, and at this point, it is more about implementation. And ours is to make sure that we follow that course insofar as seeing the results, being in those that have went through the training and those that would have completed and others that would have been placed in job programs. Honorable Slip, I hear the question and the frustration that says, can we hear the budget? We want to know the budget of this program. I'm informed the budget is about 10.9 billion. However, it's inclusive to employability, the TERS program. Don't forget the TERS program that also allocates money to companies that are ailing, financially ailing, to make sure that they assist them, be it with operation and financial assistance for the entire 12 months, while we have a program inside that to assist them not only to bring their companies to stability and so forth. So that is inclusive of all of that, the BT program and R that you know about. So I'm trying to say that it's good and well to put money to it. I think our focus should also be that those companies, given that program, ours is to hear it and check it in the parliamentary constituency offices and be able to touch and feel. We should emphasize on that part of oversight. And this is where we employ also our department, including where we give, when we do the due diligence, that they should be in a position to follow all of that program, the 6 months, the 12 months. We keep on updating to the portfolio committee. And I'm happy that portfolio committee, whether your Northwest experience, that you are still highlighting the issues that indeed you would have seen that there are gaps in this issue. But let the gaps not be about maybe doubting the program and its initial inception, because it is a good program for companies. It is a good program for those beneficiaries. Ours, we must make sure that there's no corruption that happens in there, including when we looking for names of companies. Hence, I'm employing to caution a little bit when you're saying that you're doing your own investigations and so forth. It should not also be found that overreaching as well. Even ourselves at the level of executive, we can't be overreaching with the administrative functions, because you would have a situation where we want the names of companies. Of course, we must be able to be accountable and transparent, but you would have issues where after you give those names of companies and the budget allocations and the monies and all of that, they are then open to to extortions to 30%. People go run after them. Now, you know, in this community, these companies are awarded so much, everybody start to want a piece of it while we're not looking after the work that they're supposed to be doing and ensuring they give us the results. And this is what we need to be doing. The results should be these young people that we showcase, or they speak out in their social media and so forth to say, I'm a beneficiary and this is the end product. Maybe I also agree we need sustainable jobs at the end of the day in what we speak about. I hope Honorable Manile was able to sketch through to matters that I felt that they are more politically that I needed to address. I think overall the department, the officials were able to really provide the answers. There is already written responses as well to those that will definitely give back to yourself. Honorable Maneli, Honorable Nonzele, I think the issue of skills mismatch as well. You've been very deliberate around us being in a position as a department to do that. But perhaps the last point is that you've been employing us as well as we undergo the told process that needs to happen. Let me hand over to you, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister and your team from the department and CE. I think, honorable members, you really had an opportunity, and I was very flexible with time. Even at the time, there's a complaint that I probably would have allowed a member to go for quite long. It was meant to really present an opportunity to put points on the table and that they could be responded to, which is the essence of making the committees, in the true sense, the engines of parliamentary work. But of course, if there are further questions to be asked, in particular where there are specifics, like points raised by Honorable Mbele and so on, the only advice, honorable members, for accountability is that whatever has been sent, please ensure that the committee secretary receives that on behalf of the chair so that we're able to make proper follow-ups. But also because the responses are not merely for the member, but it must be for all members to know that that matter has been responded to, and we can be able to clarify it in our constituencies at the time we need to do so. I think in summary, really, is that we have received the report. The fact that we have had an engagement, Deputy Minister and your team, it's an appreciation that there is that presentation that has been made before the committee, which should act as the basis for us to do our oversight work on what you've committed by putting this presentation before the committee. Of course, the concerns that are being raised in the main are mainly to ensure that you improve on those areas. For example, just budgeting for deficit, it's a problem of its own. That you already say that there's going to be a problem, but I'm now acknowledging that problem because if certain things happen, I'll be able to recover the ground. But it doesn't talk to the risk of it not being achieved and you are sitting with that deficit, what then happens, right? So I'm sure when we get back to what Honorable Mbele presented as a budget implementation plan, surely you'd have refined those and probably even agreements would be in place. You can show that that will go away. Otherwise, it would have meant that consciously we took a decision that we are proceeding with a deficit in mind. So we just need to, I'm making that as an example that those risk areas need to be looked at. The issues that relates to this unbundling, I'm sure you'll also understand that it's about improvement more than stopping the process, and that the time issue, that it shouldn't be that it's quite late, that this term can see the real implications of that unbundling that happens with the funds. But again, the risk factor issue is that the process itself is said to be from vote 31, and that means fiscus. And it is in the interest of these two funds, this unbundling, so that it helps them to stand and be able to also attract competent people in the fields. For example, the compensation fund, if it deals with medical matters, would expect to get competent skills that are at the level where other schemes that look at such would be able to have. So now, to put it with the fiscus, on the other hand, we complain that we may not have real accountability on the money we're putting on lab, the money we're putting on unlisted investments. Is it something that maybe when you look at budget implementation plan, that you could have redirected the money that is from the fiscus to assist your SEE, which is directly under you, whilst these entities are able to use the resources that they have to help the department in that restructuring, because it really serves them well to do so. So I'm just saying that budget implementation plan may help us to do that you have been able to look at everything else. I know that members use the word benchmarking. How elsewhere these things would have been done, so that we show we are doing it the right way. So I'm just saying all those concerns are not really about stopping the work, but more of areas of improvement. I think members would agree with you, Deputy Minister, that in the programming of the committee, like we have done before, just have the LAP as an item of its own in the program. Discuss that, not many other things in its aspects, whether it is about entrepreneurs that you create, whether it is the jobs, the employability side, whether it is also the TER side of things, because we also need to keep that balance of saving the correct jobs whilst we project the million or 2 or 3.8 going forward as a direct assistance from the side of public investment, right, over and above what the private sector needs to do. So we'll take that forward. But I think the last point really to emphasize on this point is that we are getting, I think it's two members raised this point about labor centers. We are getting a bashing almost at every opportunity that we get to be invited to the media, because they will pick up those that are closed in particular, that the intended beneficiaries don't have to they don't get the service. So even if you talk about improvements that are made in the system, improving the digital and that, they point to these challenges. So I think the sooner those get to be resolved, I think that's what this meeting says, the better between yourselves, the public works, even on matters that relates to the Home Affairs side. I take it to be inclusive of that we find those relationships, and that they mustn't get to a point where the work we need to do gets to be undermined. And I think the very last point talks to that policy question, the National Labour Migration Policy, which is linked to the amendment of the law, also the ASP, that we really have to also fast track this point, because it's understood really that once those matters are addressed, you can unlock a number of job opportunities, especially at the unskilled and semi-skilled. Because at this point, there will really be no justification in the context of South Africa being a state that's developing, and it has chosen a developmental state approach that will have such. Elsewhere in developed countries, indeed, it may be the case that what you regard here as entry level, it may be skills that people are no longer interested in, and that's why they will acquire it from outside the country. But in our country, given the current realities, that's not the case. So I think the sooner we do that, the better, so that we do not outsource the task of addressing this part to civil society structures or pressure groups that may emerge and want to address it directly when we have got an opportunity to put instruments of the law to do it. So we have to really be serious about that. I think that's the message that the committee want to bring. Otherwise, we really thank you for coming before the committee and more importantly, for responding to the questions in a way that balances the need to improve, but also help us to understand even other aspects so that when we raise them in the future, we raise them from an educated point. Typical example being the national minimum wage, how we need to interpret it properly at different levels. So that's really the point. So we really thank you for that, Deputy Minister and the team, as we get to agenda. Mr. Sagasa, that was the only item for the day, right?
That's correct. That's correct, Chair. That was the only item on the agenda.
Thank you. So we really thank you as we attend the meeting.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Mukwele has
Thank
got
you,
a
Chair.
hand up.
No, I'm chairing. As the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Honorable ADG and the
Our
DG.
chair, but you
Thank you,
can't
Chair.
take us out.
Mukwele wants to talk to me.
Thank you.
Yo, chair.
We are waking up from where? Because you you were not here until we summarized.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, Chair.
Bye-bye. Bye.